The infamous. Yeah. House of Consciousness. Salute the architect, Brother Sa.neter. If knowledge got a home, you know where it's at. Let's go! Let's go.
King of consciousness.
Put respect on the name, built the platform for the culture.
Change the whole game.
Different views, different paths.
Everybody got a lane.
When it's time to build the people,
sa.neter leads the way. King of consciousness.
we appreciate the work, gave a voice to the unheard.
Put the teachings first,
From the elders to the youth,
helping all of us learn.
House of Consciousness forever.
Watch the wisdom return.
Before the algorithms, before the trends and hype, he was putting scholars on and bringing truth to light. Opened up the microphone, let the people speak. 7 days a week, dropping jewels for the streets. He gave a host of worldwide fans with diverse minds, from Professor Small to Brother Easy Band. Zion Lex on the screen, bringing knowledge and facts. Brother Reggie in the building, always ready to rap. Bunk West brought scientific concepts with a different perspective, making viewers think deeper, asking critical questions. Pastor Bennett with the scriptures, bringing faith to the table. Captain Taz debating, always willing and able. Nat Paul teaching lessons, giving people direction. Shaka bringing knowledge and aggression. But the Jabari dropping African history, building a stronger connection. The list goes on,
That's a fact.
no exaggeration,
He helped introduce great minds.
to an entire generation.
King of consciousness.
Put respect on the name,
Built the platform for the culture. Changed the whole game.
different views, different paths.
Everybody got a lane.
When it's time to build the people,
sa.neter lead the way. King of consciousness.
we appreciate the work,
Gave a voice to the unheard.
with the teachers first. From the elders to the youth,
Helping all of us learn.
House of Consciousness forever.
Watch the wisdom return.
Some got big followings, some became a star, some were neighborhood legends, some were known from afar, some were elders with wisdom that the youth never knew. Without this platform, many names would have slipped through. He gave space to the Christians, gave space to the Comedics, Hebrew Israelites, atheists and academics, Pan-African voices, revolutionaries too. Different ideologies, but everybody came through. That's the beauty of the mission, that's the reason it survived. You ain't gotta agree to have a seat and go live. Economic liberation, mental freedom in the air, teaching self-determination, putting black power everywhere.
Some came for the debates. Some came for the history. Some came for the culture. Some came for the mystery.
But everybody learned something,
Hey,
everybody got a chance.
hi.
House of Consciousness.
Help the people lead faith.
Yeah, what? Whether conscious or religious, whether skeptic or believer, whether scholar or beginner, whether teacher or achiever, he gave room for the dialogue, room for growth and reflection, room for disagreement without destroying our connection. That's rare today in a world full of division. Everybody wants an echo if you tackle the real mission. So salute the contribution, salute the decades invested, building the greatest archive the community's ever been blessed with. Many channels came later,
Hey,
many platforms took notes.
hey. But the house of consciousness.
Keeps the movement afloat.
King of consciousness.
Put respect on the name,
Built a platform for the culture. Changed the whole game.
different views, different paths.
Everybody got a lane.
When it's time to build the people,
sa.neter lead the way. King of consciousness.
we appreciate the work,
Gave a voice to the unheard.
put the teachers first. From the elders to the youth,
He helped all of us learn.
House of Consciousness forever.
Let the wisdom return.
House of Consciousness, a place where ideas meet, a place where voices grow. Salute, brother, from your brother, the infamous
DMG.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's get it in. It's time. I got my man Hercules in the building. And you already see the people ready. I got King J in here already. saying pseudo, and he don't even know what it is yet. Come on, King J. I'm hating, brother. Let's get it in. Peace and blessings to you, my brother. What's going on, Hercules?
Nothing much. Hotep, brother. Hotep. Be to me, man. Black power.
All right. Peace and blessings to you, Hotep, Black Power, all that good stuff. Man, talk to me about what you got getting ready to come up for the people. We got Dr. Reggie in the building as well. So, you know you're going to have to be careful what you say.
Yes,
Because
sir.
Dr. Reggie in here, you know, he's the slayer. He became the slayer now. He done went in on the homie tribe yesterday. So you got to be careful, brother. Go ahead, bro.
I'm ready. So basically what I'm doing is I'm building off the work of Marima Ani Yurugu and Jacob Carruthers, Science and Oppression, Intellectual Warfare, the books that he wrote, sa.neter, Divine Speech, that book. And so they in their works, they was talking about how the Western way of viewing the world we have to stop doing that. We have to stop looking at it through their lens. And one of the main things they would say was that, science is racist, it's racist at its core and its foundation. But today, we still thinking that science is just, it's just science, it's just a tool. So that's what I'm gonna go over, just showing that they weren't talking about it just being a tool. It is not just a behavior, it is a structure.
And you know what? I'm going to just tell you, brother, just looking at the title itself, I'm going to agree with you before you even put in your presentation. I agree with the title, for real. Now, that don't mean I'm saying the science and all this, but I'm saying I do agree with the title. Definitely agree with the title. All right. Well, I'm ready whenever you are, brother.
All right. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And whole screen, share it joint. All right. And
yes, your screen is up, brother.
All right, here we go. All right. What's going on, fam? Here we go. Back with another one. And so, this one, the anatomy of Yurugu. So, how the European Asili institutionalized Western science as a racist structure, and that's what I'm gonna look at. And so, like I said, I'm standing on the foundation. My foundation is Marima Ani, Jacob Carruthers, Amos Wilson, using their works, what they talked about, because coming up, you always hear how science is how racism is a system. I used to always hear that coming up. Racism is a system. It's not just, this behavior of hatred towards Black people. It is a system that was created. And so this is what I'm coming from, this direction of it being a system. And if it is a system, that means it has a foundation. It has a structure to it. So it has a foundation and a structure, and that means, we can map it actually, basically. Abstract. This presentation is a rigorous structural critique of the neutrality claims of Western science, posting it as an inherently radicalized architecture engineered to enforce global white supremacy, utilizing Marima Ani's seminal text Yurugu as an epistemological anchor. I will analyze how the European Asili, the cultural seed, and Utamawazo, the cultural cognitive style, demands a systemic split between subject and object, reality and spirit. Rather than viewing scientific racism as a series of modern procedural errors or historical anomalies, this study models it as an inevitable mathematical and systematic output of Western intellectual engine. A couple of key terms here: Cilia, Zumizu, Ma'at, Ubuntu, Ewepile, intellectual warfare, and epistemicide. I wanted to put my works cited up here to show you where I'm coming from, my foundations. So I already told you the Marima Ani and Carruthers. Also, I'm using Joe Colville's work, his Enemy of Nature, White Racism, History of the Spirit, Dr. Luyaka's work, Rashid Kamu, his book just came out, I'm using that work as well. So this is basic. So this is my foundation. I'll let you know right here, right now, where I'm standing on, where I'm coming from. So that's why I wanted to put this right here. With that being said, Olekaja, let's fight. What is racism? What is racism? When we look at the dictionary, the definition, a belief that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. Okay, behavior or attitude that reflects and fosters the belief, discrimination, and prejudice and violence against people because of their race. Now, we always looking at it. This is the definition, and the definition gives you this perception that anybody could be racist. But according to Amos Wilson, and Marima Ani and Jacob Carruthers and the rest of our psychologists, black psychologists and stuff, black people really cannot be racist. They can be prejudiced, but being racist is a unique characteristic that we find amongst the Europeans. That's what they would say. Marima Ani will argue that racism is the structural process by which Western culture uses its institutions to desacralize objectivity and pacify other human groups to ensure European survival and domination. It is a collective cultural behavior, not an individual sin. Jacob Carruthers would say that racism is the academic and political machinery that compels African people to view their reality through European categories. It is the enforceability of power, the capacity to manufacture menticide, the destruction of independent racial consciousness through schooling and research architectures to maintain geopolitical hegemony. I remember Wade Nobles saying that power is the ability to define reality and have other people live by your definition of that reality. He said that is power. So by the definitions of racism, you have the dictionary definition, and we have our elders definition coming from an African-centered point of view. And we see it as they define it more of a structure. It's not just a behavior that's being projected from a group of people or a person. So we're looking at basically epistemic racism. And this is the foundation that we see in science. And that's what they're saying. From Jove Covell's work, A Psychohistory, White Racism, A Psychohistory. Jove Covell defines racism as a deeply embedded behavioral matrix that operates far beneath simple conscious prejudice. Jove Covell argues that racism is not an incidental cosmic flow of the surface of Western history. Rather, it is built into the very character structure of Western civilization. And a lot of us don't study that and don't look at that because we've been raised in the West, and they've been trying to educate us that anybody could be racist. After they've done something, and then they want to they don't want to be the only ones to know that they've been labeled as this. So they put out a definition that says that anybody could be racist, and a lot of us believe that. This is the behavioral matrix that Jove Covell talks about in his book, Dominative Racism. That's the top, the behavior. But then it goes deeper than that. And he has aversive racism. You know what I'm saying? It's more of, this is where the you have more of this behavior that's more it's more nuanced. It's not just we have like the zoning laws that what our people went through. You know what I'm saying? And you have meta racism. And this is where a point is like one of the higher levels that you don't see. That's like, it's saying like you can have he says like you can have a CEO, a black CEO or a black district manager of like a grocery chain like Safeway or say I don't know, one of the big grocery stores, but they will not support any of the black farmers. they don't sell any of the black products. Yeah, you could work. They have black people working there, but like today, we know the black farmers are like 1% of the farming industry, and they struggle hard to get their products into the stores. And that's because all these white-owned grocery stores will not buy their products and support them. So that's another level of racism that he says that is a deeper level that you don't see, that you don't see and you don't understand. We play this one.
And yet you have classrooms filled with general and introductory psychology written by white men and women. And think you're learning something none. It's a neutral, non-political psychology. No such thing as a neutral and non-political psychology. There is no neutral and non-political course in this institution. And I'm talking even about physics, mathematics, and computer science. I heard some joke the other night, there is no black chemistry. There is no black physics. Lies. Lies. Because you must understand that chemistry and physics and mathematics and all flows from the consciousness and mind of man. They do not exist apart from that. That science flows from the political and social and economic organization of a people. Science just does not pop up in the minds of geniuses. People must exist in a particular political, social, historical context in order for science to develop and to flourish. And unless you know the historical, political context in which science is created and motivated, you will not create science. You will then educate some people who can think in science, and then those same people will be used by your enemies to destroy you and your children.
Is universal, and it's just a tool for everyone. However, like I said, Amos Wilson, Marie Ba'ani, Jay McCarthy, they argue against this. And so the question would be was, why were they arguing against this? That was for the people. This was a show that I had to watch when I was a kid when Marie Ba'ani was on it. I don't know if y'all ever watched this show, but this is the show that my dad used to force us to watch, and this is like how I got introduced to, the conscious community and all that stuff. I had to watch this show. So, power is not merely behavior; it is geometric, and that's what I'm about to demonstrate. Okay, it's not based on individual personal biases. Okay, we have foundational axioms and rules. That's the foundation of the system. All right, and it's based on a binary logic that they have came up with, this Aristotelian logic. Now, Marie Ba'ani, she talks about the Asili, the Utamawazo, and the Utamoroho. Now, the Asili is the seed of a culture. It is the center of that culture, is what that culture is founded on. And the European Asili, she says, seeks energy by imposing disorder onto the world through racial and cultural domination. That's what the seed of their culture demands. The Utamawazo, it demands universalism. This ideological doctrine that European is superior, and everybody else is inferior. All right. The Utamoroho is that progressive ideology, the methodology of European supremacy, destructive, consuming, expanding. And we see this throughout history. I don't understand how one can deny these things did not happen in history. They went around the world using their military might to expand their national interests, their tribal thoughts on the rest of the world, and saying that is the foundation of science and doing science. And if you do not agree or do it the way I'm doing it, then therefore you're pseudo and you're not scientific. That's what they did. So basically, Western science is racist because it is the intellectual machinery of a culture that uses objectification to resolve its own primal terror of a universe it feels alienated from. And this is where we're going to start at. The alienation. Jacob Carruthers talks about the alienation in his book, sa.neter, Divine Speech. And he says, these group of people, they form this this alienated mentality because they felt separated from nature and separated from the cosmos. So that's why when you look at their ancient cosmology, they're always fighting against nature and fighting with the creator. Where in African cosmology, it's the complete opposite. So it was this epistemic axle that split subject from object, mind from body, and the cult and people from nature. Nature became an enemy, something to be dominated and controlled. So this is where they started from. When you look at in the world as something that you have to fight against, you have to control it, to dominate it. You're automatically going to objectify it and separate it and create a hierarchy. This is what they're saying. Now, another key element that we have to understand is that Western epistemology and African epistemology are complete opposites. Their worldviews are complete opposite. And this is something that we don't understand. Whereas the West, you see, is dominion and mastery. They view the universe as dead material. You know what I'm saying? Their knowledge is to extract, to know a phenomenon, you got to reduce it down to its smallest components. Whereas you see on the African side, the foundation is balance and harmony with the universe and with nature. All right. You don't see it as a dead material, but that's how they view things. I mean, that's how the Africans view things. So you're looking at two world views that are complete and opposite of each other. So of course, if you're looking at the world from a Western view and you're looking at African knowledge and systems, you're going to say that is incorrect. Then if you're looking at it from an African view and you're looking at the Westerners, you're going to say you guys are incorrect. They're not compatible. That is an issue. So what is science? Science is knowledge, a system of knowledge covering general truths or the operation of general laws, especially as obtained and tested through scientific method. That's science. It starts off with knowledge, a system of knowledge. That's the first thing it says, is knowledge. So the next question should be, what is knowledge? Whose knowledge? Like I said, we got two different worldviews. How is African people defining knowledge? How are Europeans defining knowledge? That's what the difference is. What it means to know. This is from Brother Kamu Rashid in his book that just came out, Jacob Carruthers and the Restoration of African Worldview. And he says, Carruthers argued that for contemporary scholars, the attempt to explicate the worldview and knowledge of African societies, they would have to decouple themselves from the moorings of European conceptual frameworks. He maintains that these conceptual feathers, both epistemological and methodological, fail to allow a deep appreciation and understanding of African culture and by extension, African indigenous discourse on knowledge. So in order for us to understand the worldview of the people the brothers and sisters on the continent, we truly have to separate ourselves from what we've learned in the Western culture, because we won't understand it. He continues, if disciplinary knowledge is in fact the formation of ontological beliefs and their purported elevation to the lofty idea of science, this process is most clearly achieved via the epistemological dimensions. That is the orientation towards knowing, or rather what is known and what is knowable. And those are the things those are the questions that we have to ask. In Western science, what is known and what is knowable, you have to quantify it. They tell you that it has to be quantifiable. But in the African worldview, this is not always true. And again, when you're looking at it from the Western way, you will say, well, they're not doing science. That is pseudo. But again, you got two different worldviews. Hence, methods of inquiry are not in an absolute sense objective, meaning they are not simply expressing or dealing with facts or conditions as perceived without distortion by personal feelings, prejudice, or interpretations as termed in the Merriam-Webster. As termed in Merriam-Webster. Rather, they reflect a particular conception of what constitutes knowledge and are thus inescapable moored to a particular epistemic orientation. And beyond this, they are never separable from the ontology of the culture within which they were conceived. You cannot separate, what he's saying is you cannot separate the view of knowledge and understanding of the ontological world, the Western way. You can't separate those. They are welded together and they can't be separated. Remember, Arnie talks about objectivity. Universality is within the context of Europeans, Utomawazo being the most significant ingredient of objectivity. It is the myth of scientific objectivity that allows Europeans to speak for everybody else, for all of us. This myth that they are being objective and you're being objective. You can't do that. It's not true. Even quantum physics proved that that's not true. The myth of objectivity and the use of the methodology of objectification is one of the aspects of universalism as an expression of European Utomaroho as a tool of Western culture imperialism. In addition, objectivity scholarship serves to camouflage the proselytization of their own national interests. Put simply, in the context of European ideology, objectification becomes a means of claiming universality where there is none. I'm being objective, and this is universal because it applies across everybody. But I'm demanding you to view it the way I view it. And if you don't view it the way I view it, you are not being scientific and you're a pseudo. That's called imperialism. That's what she said. It's hidden in their imperialistic ways. This is from one of our cousins or brothers, Raymond Gosfogel, in this paper called The Structure of Knowledge in Westernized Universities. Cartesian philosophy has been highly influential in westernized projects of knowledge production. The unsituatedness of Descartes' philosophy inaugurated the ego politics of knowledge, and I that assumes itself to be producing a knowledge from nowhere. As the Colombian philosopher Santiago Castro Gomez argues, Cartesian philosophy assumes a point zero epistemology. There is a point of view that do not assumes itself as a point of view. Do you get it? The point zero, their point, he's saying that the point zero epistemology is that where you are saying that, I'm doing this because I'm being objective and I don't have any, pre-notions of anything about it. That's what he's saying. The point of view that does not assume itself as a point of view. The importance of René Descartes for Westernized epistemology can be seen in that after 375 years, Westernized universities still carry the Cartesian legacy as a criteria of validity for science and knowledge production. Even those who are critical of Cartesian philosophy still use It's criteria for what differentiates science from non-science. The subject-object split, objectivity, understood as neutrality, the myth of an ego that produces unbiased knowledge, unconditioned by its body or space location. The idea of knowledge as produced by through an internal monologue within the links of the human being, and universality understood as being beyond any particularity are still the criteria for valid knowledge and science used in the disciplines of westernized universities. It is a myth. And I definitely wanted to use this quote to show you that it's not just Black people. It's not just people of African-centered point of view that's realizing this. Other cultures around the world starting to realize that this Western way of viewing things and doing science their way is incorrect. We're not the only one. So Marima Ani wasn't the only one. Jacob Carruthers wasn't the only one. There are other groups of people that understand this, that they are incorrect. But the proof of African knowing is not the ability to dominate nature, but the ability to manifest Iwe Pile and restore Mayat. If your knowledge creates ecocide, racial hierarchies, or psychological alienation that Amos Wilson talking about, it is not knowledge at all. It is a dangerous form of cosmic ignorance, what we call Isfet. So now let's get into this. Science is just a tool. It's just a tool. It dropped out of the sky from nowhere. They found it on a deserted island. So before I explained that this whole thing it starts with the European alienated cosmology. And we get into their view of knowledge, what it means to know, what it means to know something. And how we're looking at knowledge is we're looking at it from a Western point of view. How you know things and how you get to know things and how you understand something. We looked at as a Western word. That's how they do it. And to understand this concept, to break down this concept, that this falsehood, that science is just a tool, I'm going to refer to African logic, Izumizu. It's called African logic. And it is a trivalent logic matrix. All right. And comparing it to the binary logic that we use today in Western style. African science rests on African logic, which is three value in character. African logic, which is three value, is different from the three value logic of Western thought system, which that's as developed in the writings of Vuescovich down to the present day. The main line of this difference are as follows. While the third value in Western logic is undetermined, in African logic it is complemented. While the third value in Western logic is neither true nor false, it is both true and false in African logic. While the actual true value of the third value in Western logic remains undetermined in African logic, it is said to be complemented and only said to be decidable vis-a the true or false through the principle of context shift. And this is from the book Introduction to African Science by the brother Chimakono. Now, the Cosmology University, the African cosmic myth is modeled as a non-binary holistic field where the physical and spiritual are interconnected. All right, so we understand that their worldview was always interconnected. There was never a separation. Let the S represent spiritual and manifested reality. The M represents material manifested reality. E represents Izumizu, the whole, the dynamic intersection of S and M. All right, that's what Izumizu is, that intersection. In Izumizu logic, the truth value V of the cosmic principle P is mapped as V of P. That would be an element of 1, 0, and mu, where mu is the crucial is the crucial truth value given to the relationship of S. Now he used this double arrow, which in Western logic we will say if and only if, but he doesn't define it as that. It's defined as above what I said, the intersection. He calls it the njoko, and I think he should have just used a different symbol. So this is the relationship right here, S njoko M. Is how basically what you would say. It is that intersection. And the scientific universe, how they view it. Western acidity operates on an absolute Asterian Boolean binary logic. Let O represent objectivity and quantifiable data. How do they go back? All right. Let not O represent non-objective and valid data, spirit, mythos, and emotions. The truth value of the scientific proposition Q is rigidly locked. So the V of Q holds elements of 1 and 0. Under the law of excluded middle, there is no third option. It's 1 or 0 that equals 1. And 1 and 1 equals the empty set. 0, or just the empty set. So the equation of African cosmic synthesis, this in GCO. And Izumizu logic, truth is not static. It is a creative conversation or synthesis in GCO between opposing forces. We can model the healthy African cosmology reality as a system of dependent variables. Let the total cosmic reality, psi, African psi A, be expressed as functional material and spiritual vectors interconnected through the operations of Mayat and Ubuntu. So psi A gives you the S, meaning spirit, M, Mayat, and material, where M is the Izumizu conversation operator. The truth value of this synthesis yields the intermediate balance V, psi of A, equals mu. This equation states that true reality cannot be reduced purely to physical 1 or purely to unmanifested 0. Its systematic stability relies on mu, the living relationship between them. So you just can't have it one way or the other. There is a balance, is what it's saying. There is a balance in between 1 and 0. Now, in the equation of the Western intellectual filter, how they filter this out, the Utamawazo that Annie talks about, the European acidity acts as an aggressive reduction operator, which would mathematically denote as what is that? Usalan. Usalan. The purpose of Usalan is to force the third value holistic system into a 2-value binary machine. It does this through absolute abstraction and desacralization. So Usalan of mu equals 0. I'm gonna get rid of the third value, is what it's saying. The application of Western science to African cosmology is mapped as Usalan of psi of A. Usalan, we have an S times M in the material, goes to M equals 1 and S equals 0. The spirit is 0. By forcing the spirit to equal 0, the spiritual vector is totally annihilated. The material reality, M, is stripped of its sacred context and reduced to dead, conquerable objects. And this is his book, Izumizu, by the brother Chimakono. So this is the equation structure, the axioms of desacralization. So for every element of X, we can say there exists. A spiritual realm is mapped to the empty set. Okay? So the extraction of the material data, you're extracting this data for every element of African material reality is extracted, quantified, and turned into objective and into objective European capital and data. So they stripping it. The knowledge of African people is stripped. The knowledge of indigenous people is stripped as it's put through this filter of the Utamawazo. The Utamawazo filter, it is stripped out down to zero. Summary. So S in G code equals mu. Upsilon of mu equals 0. Spirit S equals 0, and M is mapped to 0. Through this Izumizu mapping, we can mathematically see that science is structurally racist because its foundational logic requires the death of the African worldview to prove its own binary axioms of objectivity. Can I say that again? We say it's racist because the foundational logic requires the death of the African worldview to prove its own binary axioms of objectivity. That's basically it right there. So now we understand what Izumizu is. Let's continue. Western science is not detached, objective method that descended from the heavens. It didn't drop out of the sky. It is a direct product of the European asili. True neutrality would imply openness to all dimensions of reality. However, Western science rigidly dictates that only that which can be measured, quantified, and separated from the spiritual context is real. And we hear this all the time. We hear this all the time. From who? From all them scientific advocates. I'm just an advocate of science, yo. This is a culturally specific choice, not a universal truth. A true universal system of inquiry will require a logic capacious enough to process all modalities of human experience, the material, the spiritual, and the relational. A system that relies on a strict two-value logic subset cannot mathematically claim universality over a universe that operates on a three-value holistic and relational reality. You're going to have to explain that to me. For all you guys who disagree, who are feeling like, oh, it's just a tool, man. I need you to explain, how does a system that relies on a strict two-value logic subset, all right, can claim to be universal over a universe that operates on a three-value system? How does that make sense? Western science is localized subset of logic that has been globalized through military, economic, and academia by force. That's the only reason that everybody is running around here doing the science the way the Westerners do it, because there was military, academia, and economic force. That's the reason. The etiological and ontological relationship between objectification and mechanization is important. Intense objectification is a prerequisite for the despiritualization of the universe, and through the European world was made ready for forever increasing materialization. Objectification and mechanization. Western science defines being as a machine. Anything that cannot be mechanized, quantified, or factories produced is seen as non-existent or inferior. African people whose cultural ontology relies on rhythm, spiritual flow, and communal resonance are systematically characterized by this science as underdevelopment or primitive, because they refuse to reduce their being to a mechanical function. How many books talk about, the ancestors of being primitive? How many books they've written on that? I even heard Unc say that. man, they underdeveloped, man. They didn't even develop a toilet. Like, what? Mechanization demands efficiency, speed, and standardization. It has no room for irreplaceability or maya. Western science is considered successful by the West precisely because mechanized. It can produce mass destruction weapons and global surveillance grids with perfect mathematical logic, completely insulated from the spiritual or ethical accountabilities. And we see that today. Everything that they produce, everything that comes out of Western science neglects or don't care about environmental pollution, don't care about killing off species because it is scientific progress. I call it stupidity. Mapping the Zumizu, kind of already went over this one. Okunini Annie will argue that modern science cannot be separated from racism because its very definition of reality requires these two steps. To do Western science, you must objectify. To apply Western science, you must mechanize. When applied to African people, this process systematically strips them of their humanity, reduces them to mechanical data points, and locks them into psychological dependency as described by Amos Wilson. This topological boundary. What happens in Western academia is that they built a topological boundary around it. And anything that comes aside this boundary gets reduced, as I explained earlier through Izumizu, that African knowledge, they use in their, Upsilon, to reduce the African knowledge, that 3-value system, to a 2-value system. So as you come inside of Western academia, you have to let go of your traditional knowledge, your knowledge that you know, your indigenous knowledge, the knowledge that you've learned all over the years of your life. Yeah, that has to be let go. And you have to accept the ways and the standards that the Westerners put up. And if you don't, therefore, you are pseudo. Odibindi, the theory, Odibindi theory. The theory of Odibindi maintains that there is no such thing as an autocratic way to obtain a given scientific knowledge. Many and different hypotheses can be raised, which can individually lead to the same result. Odibindi states that diverse people, diverse cultures, different researchers can obtain the same scientific truth or knowledge in different ways. This explanation in African science is relative to people, culture, and individual researchers. Odibindi discourages the fixed rules that tend to universalize certain methods and operationality of science. So he's saying that there is no one way of reaching the same conclusions. But according to Western science, you have to do it this way. You have to quantify it. If it's not quantifiable, if it's not rational, then it's not doing science. That's not true. And we end up believing what the Europeans put forth because we graduated from their schools and their systems. Odibindi weaponized. The Odibindi theory is a great tool to use to break apart the Western Utamawazo. Saying that Western science is neutral and universal, Odibindi shows us mathematically that this is not true. The Western city claims its specific methodologies is the universal method of science. Obenfo Chimakonam exposes this claim as a provincial culture dichotomy. Western science is just one localized path that has been globalized by military and economic force, like I said before. So I put up here the Amaz egg. Why? Because from the Dogon, what did they say? In Omar's egg, inside of Omar's egg is the Po. The Po is the smallest thing that they know is one of the smallest things in the universe. And inside of the Po are other small elements that are even smaller than the Po. What does that sound like to y'all? Atoms, fermions, bosons, quarks. But because we are coming from a Western point of view, we would say they weren't talking about that. They weren't talking about that. How can you say that? If you actually read what's the name of the book? The Pale Fox. The Pale Fox, right? The Pale Fox. When they was talking about the Dogon and they describing this stuff, they are actually describing fermions and bosons and quarks. They literally are describing it. It breaks it down. I did have notes on it. I don't know what I did with it. I'm not gonna look it up now, but it described what we call quarks that's inside of Ma's egg. Literally. That's what Western science would describe it as. But because it's coming from an African people that didn't have microscopes or telescopes, that didn't have technology, therefore, we're supposed to conclude that they didn't have an understanding of what we call atoms when they clearly are explaining it. Now, their method of reaching this understanding is not the way that the Westerners got to understand this. They took a different path. And because they took a different path to get to this point, we have to automatically cross that out because they didn't take the Western path and automatically clued it to myth. That's just myth. They're talking about myths. But even though when they describe what they found and understand as the small material, one of the smaller materials in the universe is the exact same way you describe an atom, it can compute that they're talking about the same thing because we are using that Utamawazo. You're using that Western Utamawazo to filter out their understanding of the world. And you're saying that it's myth. Applying OD-bending. So when you surround yourself with this understanding, when you surround yourself with Irepile, with Mayat, you kick out Upsilon, E. You kick out the Utamawaza way of thinking. This is what this picture, this diagram I have here says. Because you're freeing your mind. You're letting go of the Western way of viewing the world. Their epistemic racist view of the world. Where Pile and Mayat is protecting you. It is protecting your ability to filter out what the Westerners are saying. And you could say that, no, we're going to look at this from an African point of view. I'm going to apply the OD-bending theory. I don't have to take your road to reach the same results. I could take my road and we could get to the same results. Why is that not? I don't understand why would that be an issue if we got the same results. So, like Jacob Carruthers said, it is time for us to decouple our minds from this Western education and get back to what our ancestors did. The history of science through the prism of race. This is a paper by Burton and Gauchel. Now, we keep talking about racism. Again, I'm not talking about behavior. When you're thinking about racism in science, science being racist, you're thinking about the scientists is racist and his behavior, his scientific, his biases is implied to the science. It's not what I'm talking about. We're talking about the structure of it. The structure of the system itself is racist. And in this paper, we have other people that are not black that are coming to the same conclusion. In reading this paper, I learned some things that I didn't know about. I didn't know that Newton, they talk about Newton back in the 1600s doing experimentations on black people, black slaves, doing skin experimentation on the melanin, on the light. But in this paper, she says, I'm not going to read the whole, I'm just come down here at the end where it says finally, because I mean, this abstract is real long. This is like definitely that PhD level joint. This joint is real long. I just cut it off. So it comes down here. If you see the last 4 sentences, it says finally, new research shows how race remains covertly embedded in the theoretical frameworks, statistical formula, and technological devices still used by scientists today. Through these examples, we perceive a big picture history of science in which its situation with race links localized case studies and imperial narratives across space and time. So when you guys read this paper, they want to explain to you it is the foundation into the theoretical framework itself where you see racism. It is not the scientists. Because you could have a black person doing the same scientific methods and have their biases put on that research. So we're not talking about people, persons in what they are doing. We're talking about the system itself. That's what we're talking about. Burton and Goschel are telling us that race is co-constructive with the internal theoretical frameworks, statistical formulas, and technologies of modern science, rather than merely a tool used by individuals. The authors contend that structural racism is hard-coded into the foundational scaffoldings of scientific disciplinaries. Hard-coded, keyword, hard-coded into it. Not the scientist itself. It is the structure. Excuse me. As Dr. Raymond Gospel demonstrated, as I read earlier, the very concept of neutral objectivity is a historical artifact of long 16th century. The Westernized scientific apparatus relies on point zero epistemology, a culturally specific imperial presence of the God-eye view that masks its own geopolitical location. The flattening of the relation middle zero. The relation middle to zero is the exact mathematical operationalization of the ego extermino. It is this structural continuation of burning indigenous codices. It is the systematic mechanism that outlaws alternative, multi-viewed geometries through the maintenance of epistemic privilege of the Western model. Exactly what we've been saying. You see, other people, it's not just black people that are seeing this. There are other people around the world that's coming to the same conclusions. So let me give an example. Let me try to give a little example. Think about this. Consider a living ecosystem. A tree is not an isolated object. It is an active node of an underground fungal network, the mycorrhizae, that exchanges nutrients, water, and biochemical warnings that surrounding trees. The holistic reality, that mu, remember the third value, the relationship between the trees and the trees is what keeps the forest alive. The relationship is a third, not be detached from the trees themselves. The structural trap. When Western agriculture science approaches the forest to maximize yield, its matrices are built on a Cartesian binary, back to the 1 or 0, yield commodity or just have product waste. Because standard economics and agricultural formulas cannot easily calculate the fluid value of the interdependence, back to the mu, that interconnectedness, that dependence, the system assigns its value to absolute 0. The formulas completely ignore the fungal network, clear cut the forest, and plant a monocultural grid of single trees. And this is what happens, and has what has been happening. And you see what we have, soil erosion. And I remember I noticed because I had to do a paper in my chemistry class on the subject. So my paper was on soil erosion and the devalue of nutrients in the soil for the past 100 years. We don't have the same nutrients in the soil like your collard greens from 100 years ago than we do today, because the nutrients have been depleted because they keep planting single crops, which causes soil erosion. They do this monoculture stuff in Western agriculture. They keep planting single crops that distort, that erodes the soil. So for 100 years ago, you had more nutrients in the soil that you could get from when your greens grow, the apple trees are growing, the broccoli and stuff growing. You're going to get those vitamins and nutrients. Today, that has been depleted. I forgot the percentage. I think it's like 60%, 70%, something like that. In my paper, and now you have to artificially put nutrients in the soil, nitrate and stuff, to get the nutrients to grow in the soil because they're doing only one crop. Now, the holistic science says you cannot plant one crop. You have to plant several different crops to keep the soil from eroding. Okay, and the thing is, and I know this because as a kid, my dad had land. He had like an acre and a half of land, and we had a little farm. He had a little garden, but he plants several different things, and he never explained to me why. I don't know if he knew why, but we had mustard greens, collard greens, squash, watermelon, and just several different things inside of the garden. But it was never a problem with the soil. But today we have a problem with the soil because they are ignoring the third value. They're ignoring the fact that the trees, all these different trees in the forest, they all communicate with each other underground, and is this communication of the roots that communicate with the bacteria inside of the soil that creates the soil, that keeps the soil fertile. So this is the failure of Western science. Objection that science is a universal human endeavor because diverse cultures contribute it confuses historical data with epistemological power. Within the African-centered meta-critique, I do not deny that non-Europeans generated mathematical and epistemological truths. However, modern global science is governed by a highly specific, localized European oscillity, one that requires the systematic desacralization and objectification of reality to function. Modern science operates as a diffusionist extraction matrix. It hijacks the global indigenous information, strips it of its living spiritual contact, repackages it in a Western binary vocabulary, and now uses the very vocabulary to pathologize alternative ways of knowing. The presence of non-Western bodies inside it, machines that do not alter the structure output of the machine. They don't, just because you got black people doing science don't mean that, it's not racist. True universality is not found in forcing the world to think through the provincial European filter. It is founded in reclaiming the pluralism of obedience, allowing diverse cultures to map the cosmos through their own sovereign paradigms. Just because we got black people in the military don't make the military black. So bring it to a close. Western science, we say it's racist, not because of behavior, because of human behavior, because of the scientist's behavior. That's not why Maureen Ba'ani and Jacob Carruthers and Amos Wilson said that science is racist. That's not why. Because you could have black people, you could have Latinos and Asian people doing science as well and have their biases as well. So that's not why. They're saying it is racist because of the structural foundation of the science itself rests on what Marina calls the asili. It rests on objectification. So it is not a behavior of thought. It is epistemic racism that we're talking about. And this is why they say that it is racist. Now, compare that to African way of viewing things, African knowledge, the black knowledge, the way black people have viewed things. And their system rests on these three foundations, Ubuntu, Ewepile, and Maya. This is your foundation. When you're viewing the world from this point of view, you don't go against these three concepts. Period. This is your foundation, so this is where you're going to start from. Let me give you an example. I guess an example I would give is the Sakara bird. Yeah, the Sakara bird. Now, before I did a presentation, my last presentation on the black mathematical science, I mentioned the Sakara bird, and I talked about how they found it, and by the Great Pyramid. It's one of the birds that they carved out, and it looks like it could fly. It looked like a little small model airplane, right? That's what I was thinking as well. But after understanding Ewepile and Ubuntu and Maya, I would say that's not what they were thinking, because it would go against these three axioms, this foundation right here. To build a airplane, a rigid structure to cut through the wind, space, shoot, that goes against Maya. To build a combustion engine that will pollute and cut through with shoot. Remember, they didn't view space and the air, the atmosphere, as just inert matter. It's a living atmosphere. So they wouldn't have built a structure to cut through it, violently cut through it, because you will be harming. Shoot. You know what I'm saying? So when your axioms are based on these three foundations, when you're going to do your research and do your science, it's going to still be based on this. But they didn't call it science. It was called Raket, the Raket Tehesep. But your foundation is this. Instead of having a foundation of objectivity, everything is an object. You run it as an object, and you are separated from it. I'm separating myself from this object to understand it. That's not how they did it, and they wouldn't have done it that way. They didn't separate themselves from the object. They would have resonated with the object to understand it. So you're looking at an approach to doing Raket Tehesep. The true way of knowing the science is through rhythm and vibing trying to understand it, I'm going to be in rhythm with it to understand it, instead of separating myself from it and dissecting it to break it down to its very last element. That's the way that the Africans understand it versus the Europeans. Again, we're looking at two different world views. The epistemology of the Europeans and epistemology of African people are not compatible. They're in contrast. So that's why they say the science is racist, because science is a structure. Racism is a structure, I'm saying. It is a system. It's a system. And if it's a system, then it has a foundation. If it has a foundation, it has a structure. Then it has the system to it and the behavior output. So the foundation, structure, system, and behavior output. Okay, and what a lot of people will push back against is behavior, the surface level. You only push back against the surface, and I'm not talking about the surface level. We talk about epistemic racism. That's at the foundation of science itself. But I don't think I really did. That was my last slide. And I'm going to say, so in summing it up, I'm saying that it's not behavior. We're looking at the system of racism. We're looking at the structure of racism, which is the sealing, the seed that Marimba Ana talked about. And this structure, this foundational structure that we have to deal with, is the core to why we would say that it is racist. All right, so you have to. So yeah, that's the part that we have to understand. That's the part you have to understand that many people don't see. That is you commit this epimistic side when you exclude the third value, that middle point, and it's completely different. So that's why they are saying that it is racist, because it is a system that has a foundation and a structure. It's not based on behavior itself. And that being said, I'm pretty much done, Brother Sa.
All right, let's see if you got somebody that would like to ask some questions here. We're gonna drop this link, and the link have been dropped. So for those of y'all who may have questions, y'all could come in and ask your question. Good presentation, brother. I agree. Easy Bands with you. What do you agree with Easy Bands with? Easy Band's scared to come in and challenge the brother on some questions here. What did you talk about? Hey, I want you to know, Easy Bands, yes, we got Captain Katazat. He supposed to let me know. I got the green light from Captain Tazariak today. And yes, brother. So start getting your presentation ready. And I'm going to give you the date. So you got a powerful debate coming up. Easy Bands.
Against Captain Tazariak? Against Captain Tazariak?
Against his right-hand man, Captain Katazat.
Oh. Easy Band's going that joint?
Yeah, he getting ready to have a debate with Captain Katazat.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, he better be ready.
Yeah.
I hope Easy Band get him.
Captain taught him very well, bro.
Yeah, I hope Easy can get him. That's all I can say. Hercules, I just got one thing.
He come with the work, yo. He come with the work. He gonna. I think he's gonna do his thing.
Who's that?
What's going on?
Who's gonna do his thing?
he got a delay.
Oh, Easy Band. I'm saying if he come with the work, he gonna do his thing.
Yeah, Easy Bands ain't no slouch now. I mean, come on, man.
I mean, he believed what he believed. He believed what he believed.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, to me, they both Christians, even though one called himself a Hebrew.
Right.
And the other one
but they still believe different though.
Right.
So that'll make it a war. I just want to say this to the presentation. Beautiful King Hercules, you know, me and you on the same page anyway. I was trying to kind of lean on your side in the chat, but my thing is the only thing that threw me off is your title, because me and you both know that science can't be racist itself. So it's small, a little thing. It ain't nothing big, but science can't be racist. The people who's perpetrating the science can be racist, right? Who presenting the science. So that's where the title kind of went off, and you had a lot of people in the chat saying things, but we ain't worried about the chat. Always got their opinion. And me and you both know science can't be racist. Science is a human construct. We both know that can't be racist, but the people who put it out there can be racist, right? A human being, black, white, or whoever, he can be racist. And then this is where me and you agree at. It's a Eurocentric position that the Europeans take in science, where they take charge of it because of all the resources they have to present it. You know, it's New Age science, the 17th century modern science they want to call it. But me and you both know it's been science all along, because science is just a thing of just knowing, right? You're trying to know and learn. You're trying to find out information. You know, it's a scientific method, of course, and that's where Unc and them come in, that it wasn't a scientific method back in antiquity. But me and you both know science is science. So I kind of lean on your side with that. I'm not going with the new. Science is science. It just got different definitions, man. That's all it to it. You know, they want to say modern science is not African science, and there's no African science, when we know both they was doing science. So that's the only thing that I have to say. You know?
Yeah, definitely. But so the thing is that because again, we thinking that science itself is a tool, but this tool was developed by the Europeans. And that's the argument that Marine Ba'ani was trying to make. And when people try to make this this connection between the development of science from the ancient days all the way up to now, going through Europe, whatever, this proto science or pre-science until now, Jacob Carruthers will argue that this is contributionism. You know what I'm saying? You're not separating or making a distinction of how African people approached and did science compared to how Westerners did it, because he would argue that they did science from an African world view, and that's one thing that I'm trying to get across, is that the African world view is complete opposite of the European world view. Yeah. So yeah, they took some things and they learned things from African people, but like I said, they put it through a filter. That Yuta Mawazo that Marine Ba'ani talked about, they put it to a filter to get it to come to their understanding. And it's not, and I would, you could argue that, it's just a continuation, or you can argue that that is not the same thing that they were doing, and, as we have today. So
let me say this. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying the idea that science just dropped out of the sky, saying, from nowhere, is the like when you say it's just science. Science is just science, but it didn't just drop out of the sky. It was developed by a particular people that had a particular way of viewing the world.
Let me say this, King Hercules. We'll put it like this, and I think everyone would agree. It's the methodology of the science, because the New Age science had a different methodology than antiquity, of course, because that's the time and the sign. We got to go by the signs of the time, right? So the the way that you go about your science is different than they went about their way of the science in antiquity. So that's where we get this divide at, and that's where we get this argument at, because I looked up a few scholars and they said no way you should argue about what scientific. There's no African science. That shouldn't be an argument at all. No, scholars wouldn't argue that it wouldn't be, that there's not an African science. So I'll leave it there.
All right, let me go on over to Dr. Reggie. My brother Reggie, you got the call.
Okay, great. So we have a great panel. So I see King Jay pop in, and Dali popped in, Elder Suntan is in. Okay, my good brother, Master Hercules, I think that you did a great presentation, but I want to make some real big points.
You got
One
some
is,
sound coming from your system, brother.
who, Reggie?
You, yeah.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Oh, that was Hercules. Go ahead.
Yeah, they working outside. They working outside.
Okay, so here's the fundamental thing: is most of the theoreticians that we have on the African side were professors of Black studies and psychology, right? And they were in the upper class of the Black community, right? So that's Dr. Wade Nobles. That's definitely Dr. Marimba Annie, and several others. Many of them, Dr. Amos Wilson. Dr. Amos Wilson was a professor, but he was forced out. So he had a tough life at the end. These are all theoretical ideas. They were in a period of writing books and going in on the lecture circuit. The practicality of a lot of the things that they said is problematic when you look at the real world. So the African on the continent, they will have to try to figure out how to create nuclear bombs as deterrents to keep up with. They are currently drilling oil, currently drilling diamonds, right? Right now, the hard metals that are feeding the world for electricity, many of that comes from Africa. At this particular point, they are selling their land to the Western world and to the Arab world and to the other worlds, the Asian world, right? But at some point, hopefully, they will be able to use these for themselves. These theoretical models, I was around when they created it. They sound good, but the utility is there's really no utility in a lot of what they say. That doesn't change the fact that we should not respect ancient Africa, but we can never return to ancient Africa because the European in the last 200 years has super developed, right? So that doesn't mean that we have to be them, but we do have to fight them, right? We do have to fight them. And so the question is, from the points that you were talking about, what is it in it that we can fight? People misunderstand Ma'at. Ma'at is very fluid. Ma'at, even though it's ancient, it's an ancient concept. It dealt with warfare. Ma'at wasn't a passive, pleasant type of construct. Ma'at was a warfare concept. Ma'at was always in war with Isfet, always. King Kedi in Merikari, to his advice, to Merikari, it was very harsh. It was warfare. It was murder. But it was also righteous rage. You're going to have to express these constructs in how they can how they can help African people survive, because the African on the continent, they have largely Islam and Christianity has in the last 200 years and earlier, right? Many of them you could actually say are Christian nations or Muslim nations, right? in but there is underneath it a deeper African concept. But they're not using. What are they using? They're using the Western, the Asian, the Islamic constructs. But your point is, it's not. I mean, to your point, it doesn't matter. Let me say, you have to use science also. Science as a weapon, right? And it does not matter now. We're forced. Wait, let me just say this, and I'm gonna end. We are going to force to, because of the enemies of our people, right? We can't be the passive traditional groups of people anymore. We will lose. You see this current war with Iran and the United States. This war is about. It's a scientific war. They're using satellite technology. They're using one to defend themselves and the other to attack each other. You're gonna have to do something to in your reply to me, right? You're gonna have to make a bridge between you're claiming that their science is different than our science, right? But the fact of the matter is, their science, however you are articulating, is going to win versus our old science. So I'm interested in your reply. It was like, but I knew these people. I knew many of our scholars 20 up to 40 years ago. I know their first names. I know when they weren't Marima Annie. I knew when they were Dr. Donna Richards. I know these people, right? And I understand their constructs, but the fact of the matter is there's no utility. There's no complete utility in what they say, right? It is more of a description of the ancient African world or the African cultural world, but it has nothing to do with warfare. And they themselves benefited from the modern constructs of science. They bought houses. They rode fancy cars. They were able to use economics in a way that ordinary Black people could not do. They were many of them were tenured professors. They were professors for life. So my critique on them is those that built these constructs. There's some that did not. I mean, Dr. John Henry Clark was very pragmatic. Dr. Leonard Jeffries was also very pragmatic to me. Many of the other ones, there's no utility in their work. So reply to me if at some point about this notion of who got the best science. If that's what you're making a construct, because their science is going to win.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. appreciate that question, brother Reggie. I don't know if you got this book yet. Can you see that joint? Kamu, can you see the joint? Kamu Rashid's book.
I see the book. I do not have it, but
okay, it just came out. It just came out. To answer your question, so you're correct. Mayat is not just about peace and balance. Mayat is also about wars. Mayat went to war with Isfet. We know that, and today we're living in an Isfetic society. I believe that's Jacob Carruthers would argue that it's an Isfetic society. So we have to restore Mayat. By restoring Mayat, it means we have to go to war with the Europeans and their ideology. And that's why he got the book Intellectual Warfare. He was going to war with their ideology and explaining that their ways of viewing things. And Black people who are stuck in Western concepts and viewing the world through Western concepts are also fighting against us as well. So you're correct. We have to wage war. We have to institute Mayat, the war side of it. And to do that, he would argue that you have to look at the deep understanding of African concepts. And that's why I put up the axioms of African concepts of Iwe, Pile, Maya, and Ubuntu. You know what I'm saying? They would rest on these concepts and these axioms to build their theories and their principles off of it. And one way, as what's going on now, I would point to Brother Obadele Kambone over in Ghana. He built an institution where, you know, Black people, where they come together, and now they're starting to theorize and put things in place. It's things like that we need. We need our own institutions, which, if I'm not mistaken, you could correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's what Amos Wilson was trying to do. He wanted to build a foundation, like the Ford Foundation and the Heritage Foundation, like in America, had this foundation, a think tank where Black people could think and express their African-centered thoughts, practices, and theories, and how to apply them in reality and to how to affect to us. I think that seemed like the approach that he wanted to go to and to develop. And so what I see now is, like I said, the brother Obadele Kambone has put that in practice as well. You know what I'm saying, with the institution that he has built. So we have some people that are doing it. It's not on a big scale like we see now with the Europeans and other people. They could be able to have institutions on a big scale because they have the resources. So we don't have the resources yet, and everything is still in development. So looking at it, we look at the foundations that was laid before us. I'm saying Mariba Ani and Jacob Carruthers, John Henry Clark, all them elders, they put the foundation for us to stand on, and now it's time for us to apply it and build institutions and start using the theories and applying their theories and see if they work. Because one thing that we haven't been able to do here in America, is build a school network that is purely African-centered, from elementary, middle school, and high school. And I don't mean just like having a school network where it's just like you got one building and you educating only 100 kids. You know what I'm saying? Amos Wilson said that that's not going to work when we're fighting against a system that is turning out, hundreds of thousands of Black kids, ignorant Black kids every year. And we in the African-centered community is only turning out thousands. It's an imbalance there. So we have to be able to build these things, take these, like you said, they're good theories and concepts, but we have to put them in concrete and put them forth and let them, grow up and let them flourish.
You have to analyze them based on the utility. And the real question is what works, what does not work. And Dr. Amos Wilson, he had ultimately when he left the institution, he had a store on 125th Street, close to where the sa.neter had launched his and still launched this platform right out there. Black people did not support Amos Wilson's store. He had the only store on the front, one of the only Black stores on the first floor of a McDonald's owned all the property on that side of the street, but Black people did not support him, right? And so it was really upsetting. He had lectures. He had the things that sa.neter wanted a lecture thing that could be recorded. That all the things that he wanted. Amos Wilson put the blueprint. People didn't support Amos Wilson, and they hardly support. They barely support sa.neter, right? So then sa.neter now has to use science to compete. So look at his platform. He's smart, right? He has streaming, right? Now he has music, right? He has video, and he brings people in with the best minds. My issue is, and he does talk about various forms of Africanness still on his platform, but we're fighting a war, so we can't fight this war when we don't control the laws, because at any moment they could discredit or unaccredit your university, right? And I'm talking about in America. In Africa, they've already taken the Western and Asian point of view, right? That is the focus in Africa. Africa is just duplicating Africa, Asia, and Islamic points of view. So re-listen to some of the things that you said, I do understand it. I studied that in Black Studies. I literally studied that in my in the Black Studies program that I got. I got the departmental award. I went to Egypt in '87, West Africa in '86. I literally followed them for years. But the question is now is what change in paradigm, right? Paradigm is a set of rules written and written that tells you how to problem solve, right? We have problems that we have to solve. We need a shift. We need a shift in the way in which we do things to be successful, right? Otherwise, we're in paradigm blindness. Paradigm blindness is when you continue to duplicate things in the past without analyzing what problems it solves, right? I'm not saying that we should be European or we should use a European method, but we need a better method, a more exciting method, a unifying method to compete what is happening to Africa, right? And what's happening to us in America. Two different things. What's happening to us in America, and then we do care, some of us do care about Africa, but Africa is slowly becoming our enemy. Not our friend, sir. Our enemy, right? Our enemy. And then we don't want to look at that, and we don't want to analyze why is the birthplace of us all where we came from becoming our enemy. Explain that to me.
I agree. Because we not the you said you mentioned how we need to look at I forgot how you actually said it, but the answer, the question, it was a question that you asked, and I forgot the exact, but the answer to that is that we can actually look at that. We have empirical evidence to look at the our educational system here in America. Carter G. Woodson, said that we've been miseducated 90 years ago. Amos Wilson wrote The Falsification of Black People 60 years ago, 60 years after that. So we still see this miseducation of our people by the school system, and it's empirical. It's not, you could argue it whether you want, but you can see the evidence of our people being educated to maintain the hegemony of this country and of this racist system, where you have other groups of people who only been here for 30 years, 20 years, and they come here, they found businesses and they found corporations, and they only been here 30 years. How is that possible? Well, Amos Wilson talked about that. You have other people talked about that because of the system and how it is designed and how it's set up. And so we haven't been able to really truly implement that African-centered education amongst our people.
So the question is, it whose fault is that?
Ours. I would say it's falling on us.
It's our fault. So the question is, for example, what we have to do is hybrid. So we have the public education system, and we have the private education system. I would tell everybody, go into that system and get a degree. Get a degree. Get a private, get a public education, get a degree. All right. I would say that these programs that we have, particularly Black News 102 and other places like this, that's where you get your plus education. You get your plus education, but please get your degrees while you can, right? Because you won't be able to get the few jobs that are left after AI. So, but if you want your fighting skills, then you would go on Black News 102, and that's our base right now, right? That's, to me, is the best programming. I participated in it because it's the best programming. I see a lot of other shows, but they're just talk shows. Very, very few of them have the people's attention. Now, on this show, I go on and I use my skill set and I criticize stuff. I tell people when they faking the funk, right? I have enormous skill sets. I just don't let you know. But I will tear you down. Uh, but at the same time, I will tear the speaker down. But at the same time, I work outside of it. Right. I help our people. But the people who want to live a lavish life, who want to pimp people and stuff like that, and all of that stuff, I. But you, to me, are very, very well educated. You're definitely a tool. I just want you to better analyze some of these people, because if I whispered in your ear, because see, I worked in black intelligence. I was selected by the elders. I knew everything about everybody. I knew personal things about everybody, and I will tell you that a lot of the people, they wrote great books, right, because they could put it on the market. Were they functional? No. I was had the benefit of learning from Dr. John Henry Clark, who is to me the author of the Black City Plan, right? He brought in the Organization of Afro American Unity to Malcolm, right? At that time, it was organizations that we had until we had one black city, right? Malcolm died before we had one black city. Now we know the power of black cities, right? But we're at the early stages of understanding how we can use the laws, certainly around human rights, hiring police, right? Feeding our people, dealing with our criminals, right? We are at the beginning stages of that. I'm just saying to you is, man, I guess I gotta just talk to you on another show because I'm taking too much people's time. But some of these concepts are nice, romantic, certainly outdated. Given the fact that, listen, there's a new, do y'all know there is a new disease that just popped up, could be the worst disease ever. It's called, I think it's called A7. It's called A7. It's a form of herpes. This herpes version, you can be infected by skin to skin, right? Largely right now, it's definitely dealing with the homosexual population, but it's dealing with the heterosexual population. It's transported by skin to skin, but it's also transported, watch this, by sheets, by couches, right? By contact with the bacteria that lives on the transportation, that lives, you sit in the seat of a person who just got off and you don't know who they are, and you sit in that seat, you can get this disease, right? And it's devastating. Nobody's talking about it except for medical doctors who are seeing the cases. It's a form of herpes, but it's a herpes wingworm type situation, right? And so they're right now they're just keeping it quiet, and it's going to devastate. How can I say it's going to devastate the highly populated areas, certainly the ones that we live in. It's going to devastate the jails. The jails are going to be devastated, right? The senior citizens are going to be, because it is a bacteria, right? Now, all of these constructs don't work when you have something like this that's beginning. So it's definitely in Atlanta, right? So I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna keep working on you. I think you did a good presentation, but science is science.
All right, I need y'all to turn y'all cameras on so I can go to the next person. All right, let's go, Desali. Let's go.
What's up? Peace to you, Saw. Peace to Reggie. Peace to Hercules and everyone on the panel. But I'm going to have to remix my piece and say that peace only comes after power. So from now on, I want to put power before peace. And that goes into what I'm going to ask King Hercules. And it's also sort of piggybacking from what Reggie said. You know, like Reggie said, we've had a lot of great theories and hypotheticals in our Black conscious community, basically saying we're great at talking, but we don't have the applicable science to whereas we could defeat this thing that we see as an enemy. If we see the Europeans as an enemy, we don't have the science that can actually defeat them. Now, my field of study is zoology, and I live down here in Florida. And Florida, as everyone knows, has a lot of invasive species. We have Burmese pythons, we have fire ants, we have all type of now monitor lizards. And when they enter our ecosystem here, they cause hell because they kick all of the native species ass because the native species never encountered anything like them. They don't know how to fight. Meaning our alligators don't know how to fight the Burmese python. So they lose. They get ate up. So bringing it back to what you're talking about here, the African and the other indigenous populations, they encountered not a different species, but a different people with a different science and a science that was proven. So their old ways, they got beat down. Their old ways got beat down. That science that the Europeans did not create but was utilizing beat their old science down. And we have empirical evidence of that. We have the results of that now. There's no indigenous population anywhere that has any power over the European system. The European system could probably wipe any indigenous population right off the face of the earth with their science. So that's where we have to be able to, we can't be the person on the sideline mad because our style was beat by another person's style. We can't be the Charlotte Hornets mad that the New York Knicks run a better offense than us, and we're just on the sideline hating. They ain't all that. Oh man, they ain't doing nothing. When the New York Knicks just won the darn championship. What we should do is watch the New York Knicks, and if they have a better system, adapt the things that made them a better system. Then we can go to war with them because they've shown and proven that they can easily conquer our traditional science. And that's where we miss in our blackology. And Mesa Hercules, you are a very intelligent guy, and I agree with you most of the time in the chat. But I see that you're still holding on to one thing. I think that you have to be able to say, look, the Europeans organized science and they showed that it actually works, and they've utilized it. If we see that they organized it and utilized it and it works, we should adjust our African mind and see where we fit in, and we can make small adjustments to it, but we can see that it actually works. Not that we have to be that hater on the sideline saying, man, I don't want to rock with that, man, it's wrong. No, brother. We have to follow what they have shown. And I will ask you this. Have they not shown and demonstrated? Is it not evident that science that they are using, and everyone should be using, that it works? And as of right now, is undefeated. Nothing else has won when going up against it. I'll end it with that question. Have they not shown and proven that it works, and we can't beat it as of right now? Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, let's go.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, answer the question, Hercules. My bad.
So I would recommend reevaluating 3 books: The Destruction of Black Civilization, and fighting the slave trade, and the third one I just thought of it. How the West, I forgot the name of it right now. But reanalyzing, we reread these books, you see that they did not just defeat black people with their technology. It was more coercion, and they had the help of other African people, because fighting black people one-on-one, we see in many stories like the Zulus in South Africa, the English and the Dutch, they didn't go to war with the Zulus one-on-one because they didn't win. And we see that in many of the systems that they had used other people, they had to use other black people to fight against black people. And a prime example of their skill set fighting against us, their power and their might fighting against us as losing against us is Haiti. That's a prime example. We see Haiti, these small group of black people who united under voodoo. They was all different sects, but they all united under voodoo, and they was able to defeat the French, the British, the Spanish, Americas, and stuff like that on the battlefield. When they lost, the only reason that they actually lost was through coercion and instant infighting. When it came to the actual physical one-on-one, they didn't win. So when people say, "Oh man, our ancestors went up against the white people and lost," not physically, not one-on-one, it had to be through coercion. It wasn't just the physical stuff. So that's what I see when I read the history of our people fighting the Europeans. All right. So they didn't outthink us and scientifically and stuff. They had to use other Africans to beat us. It was through coercion. And the same thing we saw in Kemet. That's what he explained in the destruction of black civilization. It was through coercion of using other people, other black people, and through marrying and stuff, that you see the fall of Kemet coming in. So when we look at African traditional science, it's a science that, it created a technology that we don't understand, or technology that remain in balance with harmony with the universe. But we don't see just because we don't see the erosion of the ecological systems, we tend to think that they weren't advanced. They didn't leave any pollution behind, so we tend to think they weren't advanced. Like we see in the West. So I think that the reevaluation of those books, and you will see that it wasn't one-on-one. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let's go, King J.
Peace to the panel. Love your presentation, Herc. Man, a brilliant mind for sure. I would say, Herc. I just want to say, bro, without that blackology, brother, man, you would be just something to deal with. Like, just if you could just get a little bit of that blackology out, man, I swear to God, you might probably be one of the toughest brother. You know what I'm saying? Very intelligent. I just think your argument.
Hold the hell up, King J.
What
the hell is get rid of the black? What the hell you talking about?
A little black. He got a little blackology in him that holds him back a little bit from
black ideologies hold you back.
Well, it's like the presentation. He's asking if science is racist.
That's a good question, though.
Not. I don't think so.
What he's saying is the same thing my brother Elder Suntan is saying. He knows science is not racist. He's really talking about those who control it. That's what he's talking about. The ones who control the science bring forth it with racism.
And that's my question. And that's my question to him, because
science can't be racist. It's the people who bring forth the science.
That's the point to I was wanting to bring when he spoke about how they united under voodoo and won, right?
Yeah, but I
I
want
was,
you to get back to the black stuff, brother. You,
I am. Just you cut me off, so I got it.
man, you wow.
The question is for him. So yeah, I would suggest your arguments would change a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And you already have the intellect and knowledge. It's just the way that you're shaping your theology. You're a mathematician, right? You teach math, so it's almost as if you don't believe what you're teaching, right? So when you suggested that they united under voodoo, I would suggest that today we're united under science as the collective. We get what we get from Egypt, what we get from Greece, what we get from India, the decimal system, what we get from China, what we get from the Islamic world. It's a collective. My question to you, and that's why it's undefeated. That's why it's undefeated because it represents everybody. So when we talk about, and I want to know, are you familiar with the 2003 Human Genome Project, right? Where we have the U.S., the U.K., Japan, France, Germany, and China coming together to map the DNA code for all humans. So my question to you is, are they using U.S. science? Are they using Japan science? Or did they all come bringing their different forms of science? Or were they united under one science? And my question is, why did they choose that science? Go ahead.
It's because they chose it because they was educated in a Western paradigm. It don't matter if you're in Japan or China, India, they still follow the paradigm of the Europeans. Number one, the first fact is that we know the British colonized India, so we know that they're already colonized. Japan and China wasn't colonized by the Europeans. However, they still was influenced. But what you see with China you see China and Japan surpassing the West. You see them surpassing the West in technology. Their AI is far above ours. Their robotics understanding technology is surpassed the Western and Europeans. And they have only, I think I read that they only have like 300 or 400 data centers. Whereas in America, these guys have over 1,000 data centers, AI data centers, and they're building more. But yet they still haven't been able to catch up with China and try to pass them. And the question is why? They don't approach, while they was able to absorb the Western style of science, they still maintain the philosophical foundations of their ancestors. They still imply that into how they approach and doing science. So you can see them applying the Western methods. It's like what I've been saying. We can still use the Western method, but we can put it on the back burner and put the African philosophical framework in front. And it will help us propel ourselves ahead of the West, just like you see Japan and China did, because they still maintain the Western method. However, they still maintain their philosophical methods and understanding of their ancestors. They never let that go. You see that all throughout China. They never let it go. So this is my theory that why I think that China is better at technology-wise and building. We see them surpassing us in robots, building their robots and their AI system, which we see it surpasses America's and Europe's. They're way more. They're far ahead than America and Europe. It's because they still maintain the philosophical of their ancestors.
So you maintain that you're suggesting because they maintain their indigenous traditional systems that propelled them farther than modern science.
Yeah, they did both. They didn't just let it go. You know what I'm saying? Because African people were colonized. You know what I'm saying? African people were colonized, and they were forced to let go of their ways of doing things. It forced it, and only you and the European way of looking at the world. I think that's why, you know what I'm saying, it's still, you know what I'm saying, in the back, on the low totem pole. Whereas China you see them maintaining their traditions, the way of doing. Like they still burn incense, they still pray to their ancestors. You know what I'm saying?
I think the
They
function.
still do all that stuff. They still keep these concepts of the dead. Their spirit is still with them. They still, talk to all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Where in Western, you're told to let that go. You gotta let that go and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So looking at they doing modern science today in their systems, but the European Asili is not dominant in their take on how they approach the world. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like it's like what Jacob Carruthers said. We got to put Western science to the back burner and bring that African thought to the forefront. While you still got it in the back of your mind, you still, what I'm saying, you're still going to keep it and apply it, but the paradigm of how you're looking at the world and what you're going to do has to be through the lens. So that's what I'm saying. I think that's how the Chinese, I think that's how they were able to surpass the West, because they still have that Asian paradigm that they're looking through and doing stuff. They don't do it like the Westerners do.
Right. Let me add on by saying, Brother King J.
Yes,
You sounded like a straight up slave, brother. When you first
say get rid of the blackology?
Yes, because you'll never hear the Jews say we need to stop with this Jewish ideology. But they make sure you know about them every year, bro. Every year they play their videos over and over, the 10 Commandments, over and over. You'll never hear Chinese people say we got to stop with our Chinese ideology. Let's not push forth our culture, our history. You will never hear no other ethnic group say nothing like that.
That's not what I meant by that stuff.
Yeah, you ain't say that at all.
Chill, man. Don't get in here.
Now we
ain't say that.
That's crazy.
He said what he said. We
said
all
blackology.
We all heard what he said.
He said blackology.
Be quiet, be quiet. We know what we're talking about.
Okay, all right.
Now you will never hear the Chinese people say, "Yeah, that's what I'm saying." Blackology. What do you mean by that when you say that, King James?
You never hear the Chinese say that they the original Hebrews. You never hear the Chinese say none of that.
Relax, man. What,
I thought you asked me.
I asked King J. King J, what do you mean when you say he need to get rid of that black ideology? What you mean?
Yeah, the blackology is where we make everything black.
And what's wrong with that?
Black science, because it's not correct.
See,
it's not.
I knew exactly what you're talking about, because we've been stripped of everything, brother. And so you will never hear the Jewish people say we need to get rid of our Jewish ideology. You will never hear them say that.
I wouldn't want to identify.
You will never hear no other ethnic group say we got to get rid of that, our stuff.
Well, because we're the only one who is stripped of our ideology, sir.
Brother, they have taken all of that away from us, and we got to put it all back. And so what if we make a mistake by saying science is black? So what? They will take it away from you.
Everybody black, sir. The Greeks was black. The Romans was black. Everybody black.
You know what I'm talking about. Everybody know what we talk about when we say black. We know we're not this color black, brother. We know that. So everybody know it's political. It's political, brother. Y'all got to stop acting like y'all don't know. When the white man say white power, you don't know what he's talking about. We know he's not white. It's a political thing, brother. So when we say black power, we talk about goddamn our people, African Americans here in America. Are we saying?
Yeah, I don't have no problem. I don't have no problem with that.
Yeah, no, I think you did it on purpose, huh,
you got a problem with that? And, I'm gonna let go ahead,
Yeah, you did all that on purpose, yo. Blackology is really misinformation promoted by a certain segment of the greater African American community, yo. It's bad misinformation. It's robbing and stealing other people's culture. We the Native Americans, we the Hebrews. That's still blackology is stealing other people's culture, bro. That's not what that man is doing. That man is trying to say. He's trying to make a point.
Are you against black power, Unc?
No, I don't give a damn about it. I'm not against that.
Damn, man.
Why would I be against that? I'm not against anything. I'm not
You
against
said you
a
don't give
person
a damn
hollering.
about it.
I'm against bad information.
You don't give a
Right?
damn about
No,
it.
I'm saying today's Black Power is representative of bad information, bro. Like the
Yeah,
vaccines, don't take the vaccines.
yeah, hit
If
the
people
link,
get
bro.
hurt,
The
it's
link is
bad
in the chat.
information, bro. Damn it. Anyway, my point is the guy did a whole presentation misrepresenting science as usual on purpose, and it's dangerous. First of all, the Chinese have an affluent scientific community, okay? And alongside their scientific community, they practice all the stuff he claiming. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, herbs. They have a whole separate thing with their spiritual system and their herb system, but beside it, they have a scientific program of vaccines. So for him to mix that up, Africans can completely keep their damn culture, right? And practice good science. You know why they can? Because they doing it right now. And I think it's disrespectful for that man to act like you don't got Africans on the continent of Africa and different countries that actually have scientific programs. That alongside that they practice their thing. He know what we saying you can't mix it up. That's what we saying. And he continues to do it on a regular basis, on purpose and willfully. Wildest thing I've ever seen in my whole entire life, man. That's all I
As a
got to say.
as a mathematician.
This is sad, man.
I know it is.
This
I
is
know it
saying.
is. I
Unc,
know it is. I'll definitely be doing a response to this one.
what you have become, Unc,
That's
is
what I was
very
saying.
sad. I never thought that I would see you do these things. What you doing, brother?
You need to explain what I'm doing.
I'm gonna tell
What I'm
you,
doing.
you lucky.
Tell me what I'm doing.
Your homeboy ain't here no more. The General Suit.
Yes, he is. Where you at? Where you at?
I'm saying you lucky he ain't on these channels over here no more. You
Oh,
lucky.
shit. Yeah, he would say the same stupid stuff that got him ran out the community.
He would get in on you, bro.
I know he would, because he's an idiot. Idiots do that. They have a way of doing that.
Yeah,
Like I said, Hercules is a smart brother. You know what I'm saying? Just that blackology.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I'm saying?
disagree. I
I
Hey,
think he's
disagree.
very intelligent.
I
hey,
disagree.
His arguments would change if he dropped the blackology.
no,
I
yeah.
disagree.
Don't
so
drop that, brother. Don't ever drop.
I
Let me
disagree.
get my man Cosmic up in the building, man. Cosmic,
yo,
what up?
hey, yo, peace. Yo, Hercules, I thought you did a great job. Um, I really disagree with the people that are saying you are somebody that needs development, because what you did was present to us scholars and their analysis of European cultural thought and structure.
Mhm.
I think, though, that the presentation could have benefited more by really going into what is meant by a Sealy. I think you've been dealing with the concept of a Sealy, Utamaroho, Utamawazo so frequently that you're not really explaining it to people who never heard it before.
Mm.
So, because right now you're really critiquing the European Asili and their approach to science. It has a look for control over. That's what Marimba Ani is saying, because none of these brothers, I don't care who it is, can light a candle to Marimba Ani and the work that she's done in the community.
Bring it
You
out,
are
Cosmic.
presenting,
Right.
you are presenting to us the work that our elder scholars are doing in your best way. But I'm wondering if you could really go in, because you could have did a whole presentation on just simply presenting the African Asili versus the European Asili, African Utamawazo, African Utamaroho, and then explaining how those concepts are acts and actions that emanate from the Asili affect the world around us. How
Mm.
one leads to the objectification of the universe, and the other, as if though you're separate in the universe, which you were describing earlier. I didn't see everything, I was in and out. And then the other leads to a holistic understanding of the universe. So I
Mhm.
think that's what's missing and why people are maybe coming at you the way they are. But you definitely did a great job, especially in presenting these concepts. I don't know if
Mhm.
it's for the first time, but I think it's the first time I've heard someone speak about Asili, Utamawarho, and Utamawazo on this channel.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's it.
I did that in the beginning. I didn't go back over it, but I defined the Asili and what she meant by the Asili. That the cultural seed of a culture, that seed of a culture, that the European seed, it demands destructiveness, it demands control, stuff like that. That's how she was defining it. and the Utamawazo was that it's the culture, it's the thought process of a culture. And so at the end, what I try to do, so I did at the beginning, at the end, what I try to do is I showed the 3 axioms that I say that African knowledge is built off of, and that is Ubuntu, Ewepile, and Mayat. And these 3 axioms, the foundation, you know what I'm saying, you are starting with, then your theories would develop from there. As in the West, your axioms are objectification and desacralization, what Mayat was talking about. And by you being objective from the beginning, you objective, you automatically putting yourself in this hierarchy position. You're going to objectify the object. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Can you give examples of what that might look like in practical real world applications? Like, besides just saying multisyllabic words, can you just tell us real practically what that looks like for the world?
He can't.
It's not functional.
He can't.
Don't
It's
say that, brother. We
non-functional.
don't know that.
It's non-functional. It's
Don't say that.
non-functional.
That's not respectful.
It's
At
non-functional.
all.
No, you being not respectful by lying to the brother. Be honest, yo. Keep it real.
Man.
No.
Yeah, the lies would disrupt the whole process.
That's not cool what you just did.
Let me
No, it is cool. The truth is always cool.
Stop interrupting. All right. So the example that I gave, one example that I gave was the monocultural agriculture. What they do when they plant and stuff, they only plant one plant, like cabbage or corn, stuff like that. And this, by using this one monoculture, you destroy and erode the soil. It becomes deneutralized. And over time, you know what I'm saying, the nutrients in the soil erodes, and it no longer has the same value that it did last years ago. So by this approach, the Western approach did not take into consideration. Now, actually, I mean, right now, in the last, I would say about 4 or 5 years, you can find papers that are now being written and talking about they need a multi-culture when you're planting stuff. Not just, you can't do monoculture no more because it erodes. So this is something that they just started. However, if it comes from like the indigenous American people and African people, they never just planted one crop because they understood that you cannot just plant one crop. It's going to erode the soil. The underneath the soil, you have to think about this mycorrhizal network that takes place under the soil that the trees and the plants, they interact with each other under the soil. And this helps the nutrients grow and maintain and keep a fertile soil. Now, like I said, the Western view of that is they don't look at that. They plant one particular tree, or your whole field, so they can make a profit. In this field that you plant these trees, you are eroding the soil. Now, another example I try to give is the Sakara bird that was found in Kemet. This bird that kind of looks like an airplane, and people would say, that it was an airplane. Some people, black people, they argued that they had this understanding of it. It was an airplane, and they was studying aerodynamics. I had the same understanding of it too. I was thinking about that at first, but then when I started, as I began to read more, the concept of them building a rigid structure that cuts through the air goes against Mayat. It goes against Ewepile and Ubuntu. Why? Because they viewed the air, the atmosphere, as a living entity, and you wouldn't cut through it because it's alive. You will harm it. They view if they would not build a combustion engine, not that they didn't have the understanding of how, they couldn't comprehend of how to do it. It's just that your foundation, your axioms, again, are resting on Ewepile, Ubuntu, and Mayat. So you would not think of something that's going to go against your axioms, because as you're trying to do this proof, it's going against your axioms. So you got to scrap the board and do your proof over, do your theory over, and come up with it. And if it goes against your axioms, you're going to scrap it and not do it. So you're looking at people, like I said, you're looking at a group of people who are viewing the world different than the Europeans. We think they didn't view the world the same. We have to stop thinking that they view the world the same. and looked at it the same way as the Europeans would look at it. I think that's the flaw as we are discussing this. So they
One
had
more
a complete,
question. One more
I'm gonna say,
question. I'll fall back.
let me say this. They had a complete different epistemology than the Western worldview, and that's one thing that Jacob Carruthers and Marie Honors are trying to explain to us.
How would an Ubuntu philosophy apply to the development of data centers in our community?
Good question.
Because
Yo,
that's
I
like
was
the
just
real world concept that we're all dealing with today.
right. I was because I did have a class on machine learning and building, you know what I'm saying, these LM models and stuff, and I did have this conversation. So it's crazy because you're looking at the Western way of evaluating the AI and these models. Like I said, excuse me, they're looking at it through this binary logic. It's either or. It's either 1 or 0. That's it. That's your logic. It's either true or false. The African logic, the way they look at it, is either 1, 0, or mu. You have a third value. This value is the complementary value, where you come together of a union of 1 and 0. So from this from an African view, the AI system that you build, or the Western system that you're building, is automatically going to deplete that value. So you're going to get the same results that they do today. The AI is going to look at it's going to exclude the third value. So when it builds its structures, when it outlines its structures, it's not going to consider the third value. So it's going to come up with the same paradigm, the same worldview as the Europeans. Now, when we look at it from like the African point of view, like this theory like Odibindi, they have you're looking at it. Their worldview is going to fall. It's not going to exclude what that's called primitive and folklore stuff. You know, the high dimensional concepts of other dimensions are going to be included into AI's results. So it's going to feed you back a model that's going to be completely different than what we understand, because it has this third value. You know what I'm saying? So it's not going to have like a winner takes all. That's what they're looking at it like. When you put it's either this and winner takes all. So it's not going to do that by encoding like the axioms of Ubuntu, you know what I'm saying, into AI. It's going to have this contribution understanding of how to like. It's going to be a complete different understanding of how to look at the world. So its final view is going to be something similar to like the African view. It's not going to be against nature. It's not going to be against us. It's not going to, you know what I'm saying, against humans, because Ubuntu is what I am because we are. We are all together. So you're drawing your results on the fact that you exist because I exist because you exist. So if you exist, that means I'm not going to take actions against you or try to do something against you, because that's going to destroy what we have. And Izumizu is based on that union, coming to that union togetherness. And so when AI what it would do is consider this. And so the results are going to have something that's going to be considered not to be against, go against the ecology, go against humans, go against destroying the species. So it's going to be a different outlook than what you have, like building something like if we continue to extract this mineral and it's eroding the soil, it's going to destroy this species. AI is going to recommend, no, you don't do that. You can't do that because of this and because of that. Like right now, you have to build data centers, to feed AI. But to build data centers, you have to use fresh water. We also need fresh water. You know what I'm saying? So the concept would be like, oh, you wouldn't even think about building it, first of all, because you're going to deplete the fresh water. Even though it's going to take several hundred years, but it's going to come to a point where who's going to need it? AI is going to decide that, I need fresh water. And, humans, you're just going to have to suffer, because AI is already smarter than us. It's already smarter than us. It can outthink any human. So, it's just a different way of viewing it, a different way of approaching it that I think, like I said, like we see with the Chinese. The Chinese is able to surpass Westerners because they still what? They still maintain the philosophy of their ancestors. And I think that African people, we can do the same thing. We ain't got to let it completely go and say that this is the number one way of doing science. It has to be, quantifiable, methodological naturalism.
Yeah, man, y'all doing a great job of messing it all up, man. I wonder, do people do this on purpose though? Is it like an on purpose thing? Is it like making Africa one place? It's the craziest thing ever, man. And then we disrespect serious scientists that are actually in different countries in Africa that's doing the work. We can pull they're actually published. They have their journals, they're published. So I'm trying to figure out like what are we actually doing here, man? And then we gotta make up stuff to prove our point. You ain't never mixing no culture, spiritual system and it not mess up the daggone data. It's very obvious. It's
But how you
very
can,
obvious.
but
There
prove,
is no
how would
such.
you prove
Hold
that?
on. Let me just
How would
make
you
my
prove
point.
that?
Let me make my point. There is no such thing as an African science or a Chinese science. The Europeans didn't create science. It's the most ridiculous way to start out a presentation ever known to mankind. Anybody can look this up. Science is a human endeavor. Because of it. If it was just one group, they would miss all the other pieces. That's how we know it's not European science. I mean, why make that up and tell our African American babies that it's European science? Hey, I mean, and then one way, like, come on, man. There's a lot of different ways to add up numbers. There's a lot of different ways to do science, and you can still keep your culture, man. Science unto itself is a way of gaining knowledge, and all human beings can use it. You know why? Because they do. The James Webb Telescope, all human beings with a science program located in Kenya, located in South America, located in South Africa. All these scientists access the data from James Webb. Our element does not change because it's in Europe. And it sure as hell don't change because you did some voodoo and holler and scream Africa. It's the most barbaric thing that anybody can continue to say out their mouth. I'm appalled. I'm appalled at the presentation. Appalled.
Yeah, I'll let you be the
All
bad
right. So
guy.
again, you completely misunderstood what I was trying to say and what the elders have been saying. And number one, as we've already talked about this and already proved it, it's just a simple Google search. Is there a difference between Western science and African science? The answer is yes. So it's not an argument that is there one or another, or you know what I'm saying, there's actually
Can
a
you just
difference.
explain it to me
All
what
right.
you mean African
So
science? Can you do that for me?
we
Without
already
giving me
we
another
already said
lecture
this.
in between it?
Started with a
We
faulty
already said
premise.
we always said it's
Yeah,
talk. But
what do you I'm
again,
just trying to talk, Hercules. I'm just serious. I ain't trying to give each other lectures, yo.
let's
So
be let's
what's the difference
let's
between European science and African science?
already said it. The main difference is especially what you're
Uh-huh.
trying to get me to say, is that the spirituality was included in their method of science.
So
That's
that's what
the
you're
main,
saying?
wait, hold up. Let me finish. That's the main difference.
All right,
And
thank you.
now that you understand that,
I
you know what I'm
understand
saying?
it now. I
Good.
understand it.
So now,
One is
stop,
subjective and
stop.
one is objective.
Hold up. Stop. Again, you're placing European definitions on what can be done as
Give me
science.
the a particular country definition in Africa because there is no such thing as one Africa, yo. It's crazy to keep doing that, yo. But
Again, you're
just for a
approaching this.
coherent conversation,
You are approaching
what
this from
group
a
would you
Western
pick?
point of view, not me.
No,
You're
I'm
approaching
saying
it
you
from the
can't. Voodoo
Western
does not
point of
apply
view,
to the whole continent of Africa, yo.
and
It's
again,
crazy.
Is
not
the
true.
gravity different in Africa?
Yeah, it's a
So
little different. They put the spiritual dust on it, and the gravity shift a little bit. I'm sure of it. This I'm sure of.
You
you
know,
They
finish
got
joking.
different
Hercules,
gravity
is
in
You
it?
finish.
Africa. It's crazy.
Let me know when you guys finish joking around.
I'm what? Y'all
You
thought you
can
were
only
joking the
have
whole presentation,
conversations
but I
when
guess
you
you was
joke around.
serious.
No, you're
I'm
not.
not joking, bro. I'm trying to have a coherent conversation with you,
No, you're
yo.
not. Because if you was truly trying to have a coherent conversation, you would have already looked it up. And I
We
I
know you
don't
have.
gotta
already.
look it up. I know you
So
made it
stop.
up. I know
So
somebody
stop.
made something up.
I made it up. Whatever. So anyway, as I've already proven to you, you know what I'm saying, you have books written by people, and you already read the
Nah,
papers. Don't even try that, because I've
nah.
seen you.
I
I've
did.
seen you go over the
Right.
papers.
I read the paper.
So don't act like you don't
Yeah,
understand.
it's so I did read the paper.
That's
I
why you're
did.
being disingenuous.
I'm
You
not.
acting
If
like
we
you
could
don't
have a
understand
conversation,
their
we could
approach.
actually, if we can take the malice out of the conversation, and maybe I started it. So let me take it away, sir. Let me take the malice out of the conversation and the competition out of it. I actually read the paper. And what the paper actually said was, for African science, they was talking about the spiritual system integrated. They said for it to actually be palatable on par with science, it has to be integrated into the universities and tested. They said until then, it's pseudoscience. That's what the paper actually said. But y'all all act like it didn't say that. So at this point, comprehension is golden. That's what the
No,
paper said, bro.
that's what one paper said. Yes, I
Oh,
agree.
that was the main
I agree.
paper. I
That wasn't
quit.
the main paper. That
I
was not the
tap out.
main paper.
So can you give me the
All right.
main paper so I can do the
So,
same? So why was it
all right. So
misrepresented then? Why did y'all misrepresent the main paper? That paper. See, I'm glad you agree with me. Now I now have a greater respect for you, bro. What's the other paper? Give me that. I'll take it.
you finished?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not gonna lecture. We talking. Go ahead. I want the other paper though.
Come on, Hurt.
I mean,
You know my lane
we already
hurt.
did it. We already. You're not in your lane. You know
My
where
lane
am
is
I?
my lane is science, bro. Your lane
Whatever.
is spirituality.
So you again, the one thing if you were serious about it, you would disprove Chicamano's book.
I
His
ain't
work
listening to
on
no Jacomas. One book don't
okay,
count.
okay,
One
stop,
book don't
stop,
count, bro.
stop. You telling somebody who's studied this stuff that their work don't count.
I didn't
Again,
say that. I
come on,
said
man. You
one
just
book
said
does not
it.
change the world, bro.
You also have Dr.
A
Luyakas's
book.
work.
I
So
don't
I
give
mean, it's
me
not just
no. I
one
don't want to hear
person.
that. I want to hear
You know what
that.
I'm saying? Again, stuff you don't want to hear, but
I
you
do.
want to have
You
a
make it
conversation.
all that stuff is trash. How about that? Let me say what I really want. It's
All right, yeah,
trash,
say it,
and it's
say
not
it.
doing Africa no good. So you basically saying don't fund the science that they already got in Africa. Change it up. And the question is this: what the hell is taking African science so long? Been around longer than anybody else on the planet for 350,000 years. What's taking them so long? They had 350,000 year lead before yours. What took them so damn long? And what the hell are you waiting for? What are
Took them so
you
long.
waiting for?
Took them so long to do what?
The African
Develop that
science.
science.
What's taking it so
Again,
long?
you're approaching it. You're
Oh,
looking at it like Europeans.
all right. Let me look at it from a.
You
All
are
right, man.
assuming that they're supposed to reach some point in history that the Europeans supposed to have as well.
You said that, not me. I
I
never.
didn't say that.
I
I didn't
always
say that.
thought that the African
You said it
systems
took
were
them so long.
spectacular.
Took
No,
them so
my
long to do what?
took them so long to reach the standard that you're talking to us about. I always thought that the African knowledge systems were the most spectacular in the world. Y'all the ones had to drag it to science, not me. Remember, I accepted for what they had and how great it made them, and all the inventions that came out of it. Y'all the ones need science. It's not me, right? I'm the African guy. I'm the guy that love traditional Africa. I'm the guy that give them they real credit for what they really. I'm that guy, not you. You need what you call European science. This is the most crazy thing. It's like a Bible believer thinking they need science. Wait a minute. Don't you think God is the greatest thing ever? Why would God need science? It's that type of dynamic that's going on right in front of our face that I don't appreciate, Hercules.
That's
All the
crazy.
while being a great math teacher. That's what get me about you. Damn good math teacher. And then you play
Hercules,
with us.
are you saying any of these things that Ankh is talking about? I don't hear any of these things
You
coming through
said
you.
it.
No,
Yeah,
no, I'm not.
Like
we don't need your opinion.
I
We
think
don't
what's
need your
happening.
opinion.
I
We
think
never
what's
need your
happening is
opinion.
he is putting
We
that
don't need your
conversation
opinion.
on
No,
you.
we don't need
No,
your
no, no,
opinion.
no. It doesn't matter what
No, we
you
don't.
need.
But
I'm
you
putting
cut
it.
in. We don't need
What
your
I hear
opinion.
you doing
You
is
keep a
telling him
trash
what he's
opinion
saying,
though. No,
and he
you keep a
hasn't said
trash
any of
opinion
these things.
regularly.
So
You
that's
never
what
have
you are
anything
doing, Ankh, and
intelligent to
that's not
say.
even right.
You never have
You know what I'm
anything
saying?
intelligent to
That's
say.
not what he's doing.
What you do
What
is you
you
promote
need to do is
old
listen to
books
him
and
and
old.
just
I
wait.
heard them
You're
100
great. All
times.
right, Ankh, just
You're
wait.
the
Both of us
one
cannot
lying.
talk.
But you
You
dove
may
in.
not
You
like
hold
what
on,
I
hold
have to
on.
say,
Let's
but
get
both
this
of us
straight.
cannot
Hold
talk.
on, hold on. I know, nigga. So why you diving on me?
Why do you have to go there?
Because you went there. You
No,
dove in
no,
on
no.
me. I
I
didn't
have
dive in
never
on you.
called you out of your name.
No, no, man. Listen, me and Hercules was talking. This how it
Right,
went.
but I'm
Me and
asking
Hercules was
Hercules, and
talking.
then you start
Hold on.
yelling over
Don't
me.
get proper now. Me and
No,
Hercules
no,
was
no, no.
talking, and we wasn't
It ain't
yelling
no
at each
proper
other.
nothing.
We wasn't yelling at each other.
You have
We
this
was
thing with
having a
labeling right
conversation,
now, Unc.
and you dove
Unc,
Yeah,
in.
I'm
And
simply
then
yeah,
you dove
saying
in
hold
with
on,
your
you are
fake
hold
saying
on,
style. You
things
did this to this
that he did not say.
hold on, brothers. Come on, Unc. Cosmic is a good brother, man. Come
No,
on,
he's
man.
not. He's a good brother to you.
To
He's a
you,
good brother to
too.
you.
Come on.
Understand
bro.
who's good and who's not.
Oh,
Keep it. You weren't even paying attention. Me and Hercules was
man.
having a spirited conversation, brother.
I hear the arguing going on.
We wasn't arguing until this nigga jumped in. Did you? Are you not paying attention?
He's all right, man. Come on.
No, he's all right to
I'm
you.
simply asking not to be talked
No,
over.
you're not
fam.
simply asking. No,
Yeah,
hey,
that's
brother,
all I'm saying. But you
I'm gonna say
want to
this
talk
again.
over.
I'm gonna say this again. Me and Hercules was talking, and you dove out the window like super nut. You did that to this conversation. I wasn't there. You did that, and now I'm talking over you.
Hey, yo,
Yeah,
you
now
really
you
don't want
talking
no
because I
funky
asked
cosmic,
Hercules a
man.
question.
Man, he's a pseudo.
You don't
That's
really
fine.
want no
You could be
Cosmic is a
labeling people.
flaming pseudo in the Stone
You
Age.
seem to gain power by labeling people, and
Ah,
that's
Oh,
well, that's the
fine. But
truth.
what
Man,
Hercules?
I'm
I
trying to
didn't
hear
hear
that. I'm
Hercules
trying to hear
say
that.
God. I
I'm
didn't
not
hear
trying to hear
Hercules
nothing you
say
saying
God.
right now, man. I
you
ain't
What
trying to
better
hear that.
stop
what
this,
I
man.
actually heard,
Come
what I
on.
Hey,
actually
hey,
heard
hey,
more
Sally,
than
don't pick sides
science,
till you heard the conversation, right?
what I actually
Don't
heard
do
from
that.
Hercules more than
So what
science
you actually did was you did a rude
is a
disruption, and now
philosophical
you playing
approach
talking about I'm talking over
to
you. That's what you
how you
did.
deal with information.
Man, whatever, man. You ain't heard that.
That's
You
more
ain't
than
heard
what I
that.
heard
You ain't
because
heard that.
and
You
then
ain't heard
yeah,
that.
no, that's what he said, and
You didn't heard that. You
You're
didn't
not
heard that.
hearing what he's saying for some
You didn't
reason.
I heard what he said. I read the papers, remember? I'm the only guy that read the papers. Not you. I read it with
No,
my own eyes.
because
I know what the hell I'm reading.
the thing that I've read is Marimba Ani from most of what he said.
Right. And do you know anything about the book? Do you know anything
Marimba
about the
Ani has
book?
a critical conversation about European cultural thought
It's
and practice.
mythology. Okay?
No. Marimba
It
Ani
is.
wait. Are you saying Marimba Ani is writing mythology?
I'm saying that book she wrote on Urugu is mythology, is what I'm saying.
What is
Prove
mythological
me
about it?
different.
What is mythological
Man,
about her
come on,
book?
yo. So now I know you didn't.
Not
So
come
now I know
on.
you
You
didn't
made a
read it.
statement.
No, you
You
gotta,
made a
So
yeah,
now I
statement.
explain
know
it.
Now,
you
can you
didn't
back
read
it
it.
up?
I'm gonna move
Can you
forward.
back
I'm
it
gonna
up?
move
Explain
forward.
it.
I'm moving
Back it
forward.
up.
I like
No,
Miranda. I
you
like
moving
Miranda
forward.
Annie. She's my
Right now,
friend.
you
I
moving
like
forward
Miranda
because you
Annie.
ain't read it. You simply
I'm
making a
moving.
negative
I'm moving
statement to
forward.
try to win a
I'm not making
conversation.
I didn't make a negative statement. Mythology is good. It teaches you who the hell you messing with.
You said
I
it's
mean, mythology is
mythology. I
excellent.
asked you what is
It.
mythological about her book.
Come on, man. So I know you didn't read it now. So I don't know
No,
what to tell you.
I 100% read her book.
Okay, so then does she not incorporate
No.
mythology in
I'm
it?
putting
Yes
it
or
on
no?
you because you made a
Does she
claim
not
again.
incorporate
You made
mythology in it?
another
Yes or no?
claim
Oh man,
labeling
listen.
somebody. You said she wrote a mythological book. So I'm asking you, what is
She
mythological
didn't
about
write
her
an
book?
anthropology book. She has a degree in anthropology. She surely didn't do that.
So here we go. Here we go, Unc. Right now,
Yes, yes, yeah.
why don't you Google what is mythological about Marimba Ani's book?
Man, I ain't
As
getting
you
into all
Google
that.
it
I'm
right
not
now
googling
because you
anything.
didn't
I'm
read
not
it.
googling anything.
Yeah,
And
explain to
like
your
I
room.
said, you didn't read it. So let's move this conversation forward and stop jumping out the window
No.
in between two
Like I
men speaking.
said, so like I was saying, Brother Hercules seems to be presenting more of a philosophical view. Kwesi Werdu had a whole dissertation about the difference between Ubuntu philosophy and its social organization for African people. And this is what he's presenting. I asked him the question about the data centers because the data centers become dangerous for just the social system that it's in. So therefore, how would Africans or how would the Ubuntu philosophy or the Ubuntu Asili or the African Asili versus the European Asili, which is the cultural germ structure of the foundation of a people, just Asili. This is what Marimba Ani said. Marimba Ani said the Asili is the germ. It is the unconscious actions of a culture as it's moving forward. It then becomes formed by the Utamawazo, which is the cultural forms, which is the cultural thought forms that come from the Asili, and the Utamaroho are the actions that people take. Like when he talked about that one scientist that was studying melanin and then destroying black people's lives in order to study melatonin. How gynecology got started by the death and destruction of black women's vaginas just to study the vagina. These are European Asili actions, which is not African Ubuntu actions. The destruction of life is not the way an African Ubuntu scientific mind would go about it. It would go about it in a holistic approach. This is why I know you didn't read Marimba Ani's work and you're just guessing. I'm asking him questions related to what he is presenting.
Like
Right,
you,
right.
that's a moment to me, yo. Take no babble to me, nigga. You talking to somebody else. You ain't. doing that with you.
But so the whole thing, and like to say that she wrote a mythology, I think I would completely disagree with that because her whole premise, like her premises, rested on the concept of the Asili, and she included the story of Urugu that comes from the Dogon. But
Title of the damn book, man.
that was her inspiration. That wasn't the foundation. That was her inspiration to write the book. That story that she talked about Urugu. And again, if you look at that's why I include the Amaz egg in the presentation when I talk about obedient theory, because you're looking at a group of people who reach a level of understanding of what a atom is and quarks and fermions and bosons. They reach the level of that understanding through a different approach than Western science. They reach the level through microscopes and etc. Particle and stuff like particle accelerators. So, but they end up talking about the same concepts. So you have a different approach of approaching a way of doing science or raket from an African point of view, doing raket to have said to reach the same level of understanding that the Westerners did, and they did it without what? Destroying or causing harm.
Subjectivity.
Huh?
Same conclusion, but just without the subjectivity.
I'm just saying, you're just taking a different path. And I'm just saying, in Western culture, like he said, you said she didn't write her book from an anthropological point of view, even though it's listed under anthropology. Again, that's a Western point of view. You taking her stance and her point of view, and you're applying the Utamawazo to her, and you're stripping it. You're stripping her of her work and saying that that is not scientific. So that's what I'm saying. You're doing that,
but it's not
the Western lens, and you're trying to and you're devaluing it. The thing is this: the foundation of Western science, the foundation of modern science rests upon Western philosophical point of view, and this binary logic of things have to be either this or that. There's no middle ground. So you're living in a two value system. You're judging, you're doing your science and your research on a two value system when we live in a three-dimensional world, a three value world. So how can it be universal and apply to everything when it does not apply to multi dimensions? And
is math universal? The math that you teach?
Mathematics is not science. Mathematics is a tool that you use. It is not science. Science is what? Knowledge.
Is math universal?
We already defined science as being knowledge and a system.
I understand, but is math universal?
Math can be universal, yeah, depending on your approach. And one thing that this lady Helen Verner, she wrote a book called African Mathematical Logic. This white lady, she spent years in Nigeria studying their works and how
the numbers in Africa are different. So we talked about the Ishango bone and the wolf bone, right?
Again, you're trying to think of numbers and doing numbers, but the thing is this: what I'm trying to say is that your approach, because when she wrote her book, she had to leave out the Nigerians, the Igbo. She had to leave out their verbs and their words to describing numbers, and to write her papers to be accepted in the journals. And then when she went back to go over her papers, she understood that the concepts didn't make sense. But when she added the Igbo concepts and how they viewed it, it all makes sense. So you're looking at a way, like I said, the Western way, you have to strip the indigenous people of their view and their knowledge system to say it's a universal, to say that
base 5 and 10 is not universal. Like tally marks.
No,
the Ishango bone. Wait. Let me just finish the sentence. The Ishango bone tally marks, right? Right? And the wolf bone in the Czech Republic, right? They both came to the same conclusion, correct?
What was on the wolf bone? I forgot.
Tally marks.
I know, but which ones?
It's several. I'm just saying they both. It's base 10, base 9, base 3.
Okay. So you could say, you could say that they came to the same conclusions, a different approach. but like I said, what I was trying to say, I forgot what I was trying to say. Oh, the people in Igbo, they didn't have base 10, they use base 20. So no, it's not always universal. They use base 20 in traditional Igbo mathematics, and that's one thing that she was talking about in her book. And so, I mean, yeah, but you're going to end up like at the same conclusions, but they just had a different foundation of approaching it. And what I'm trying to prove is that in order for her work, her study work to be accepted in the journals of mathematics and stuff, she had to strip this lady. Her name is Helen Verna, and she wrote a book called African Mathematical Logic. And she had to strip out of their views and under their verbs and their context of mathematics for it to be accepted in academia.
So you do know nobody actually cares, right, on what verbiage you use and none of that. But if it's right, it's just right, yo. And what is the residual for what you're talking about? We should see it. We should see it help continental people. Let me just finish the point. We should just see continental people in different countries in Africa where they're all separate African sciences produce things that without them, the world would not be where it is today. We should see it to the point where we'd be willing to go get that from them and sit at their feet. Because there was a time when people from all around the empire came in to sit in the Egyptian schools, bro, because they had something. They go to West Africa, Mali. They sit there and they learn because they had something. It's the reason why it's not happening there. And it ain't got a damn thing to do with colonialism. Because the people like you constantly bigging up and fooliship and nonsense, bro. And they playing.
And again, I would disagree that it has nothing to do with colonialism, because you forgetting that the people today were educated in a Western fashion in Africa. It don't matter what country they're in. It does have
that. There is a such thing as Western education. I'm not denying that, bro.
You cannot say that we should see it when they have been brainwashed.
Man, they not. So now you not. So they brainwashing you not.
So stop. What I'm saying, for lack of a better term, being miseducated by the European colonial system, and we know that that's the case. And you're saying like they had the opportunity to continue their traditional systems.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Hercules. What I'm going to ask you is, Hercules, do they not have science programs in different countries in Africa, yo? That is very productive, yo. You wouldn't even have the fossils with evolution if not for African countries participating in that. You look at the Leakey Foundation and the Pan-African Conference. The one of them was called the, oh man, yo, I can't think of the thing of it, but it was the Pan-African Union. No, it was the Pan-Africans actually put together I want to get this right to show you that this ain't new to Africans on Africa, right? It's not new, yo. They actually participate, right? And we don't gotta take it away. We don't gotta make it the Pan African Congress, right? It's called the Pan. Look up the Pan African Archaeological Association, yo. All right, look that up. That's important, right? The Leakey family contributed to that. Let me see. Pan-African, it's called the Pan-African Congress of Prehistory. I swear to goodness, look this up, man. Look this up. That's African genius right there. Having enough sense not to block out people, bring in the Leakey family, make them a part of it, force their hand when they go to different African countries like let's say Kenya. They had the conference in Nairobi. These are some of the oldest Australopithecus finds, right? They make them train the people so they can get their ancestors out the ground, man. And they made them exchange information for doing it, bro. And it was a Pan-African thing because different African countries, they all agreed upon this and forced European. They didn't try to make up a whole new science and call it African science. We wouldn't even have the understanding of evolution without those Africans. So we're not gonna do this, bro. We're not gonna have like there's something that come on, man. Why you do it, bro? My question is, do they have at fluent scientific programs in Africa right now? That's what I want to ask you. Without all the stuff you talking about, do they have that?
Yes. Yes.
Are they productive?
I'm pretty sure they are. I haven't read anything, but I'm pretty sure they are.
Yeah, you should look at the. It's called the. It's a journal, all African. I want everybody to look into it. It's called the Einstein Project. Yep. And then you got, it's called Nature Africa. Einstein Project and Nature Africa, right? And you're going to see, as a matter of fact, yo, I played it on the show. When you was talking crazy, I played how the lady was saying, ma'am, when I'm going into the village and they trying to do different things and I'm going back and forth with them, trying to, we fighting over craziness. We only got to do that. She said the tribe she came out of, right? They wasn't promoting science and stuff like that, right? She had to leave, go get her thing and come back and help her damn community, yo. So Africans are producing in science and they're not thinking like Europeans to do it. This is what I don't like. They're practicing their own culture and they're not thinking like white people to do it. Now, here's a caveat. You know what white people do? Man, they go in there, they take the people's research and put their name on it. I'd rather talk about that, Hercules.
All right. So
You want to talk about? I'd rather talk about that, yo. But all right, go
so
ahead, though, brother. I ain't
I
gonna disrupt you.
disagree. I
Okay, no,
agree
it's
with
no
you.
problem.
I agree with you saying that, yes, you have brothers and sisters on the continent doing science. However, I would say they're doing science again from a Western view. Like you said, the name of the project is Einstein. It's named after a white person, not named after the black person. And you said that they taught them how to do the archaeological research and whatever they taught them, right? So this gets back to what Jacob Carruthers was trying to say. What is when your knowledge, your approach to knowledge, if we become down to a question of what is your inquiry into nature? What is the questions that you want to ask? And again, in the traditional African way of looking at it, without any European influence, without any Arab influence, you will have to consider Ubuntu, Iwepile, and Maya as your foundation. So a traditional African person, I truly cannot say that they would probably go and dig up, their ancestors to study them, to find
Thank
out,
you, bro.
DNA
Thank you for
and
being
stuff.
truthful.
You know what I'm
Thank you
saying?
for being honest. Thank you for being honest. They wouldn't do it.
Because it would go, I think that it would go against, those key axioms. But a Western point of view, you would do that because in Westerners, they want to know.
So you're making the case, though.
Their view is reductionist.
But you're making the case for. You're making the case, though. You're making the case for that there's some people that's just willing to do things that you're not, right? And at the end of the day, we end up digging up them ancestors, yo, in Kenya, yo. If not, we wouldn't be where we at today. What I'm saying, yo, it was Africans agreed to that. They ain't stupid, they ain't dumb. I don't like that, man.
I mean,
And it's
how do they
African
agree to
Americans
that?
saying that, yo.
I think that we have, if you're basing your whole thing off that they agreed to this because, it
They
was something that
did. It's Pan-Africans, yo. You can read it.
But wait,
Everybody
hold
can
up.
read what I gave
But
them.
hold up.
They did agree.
I think that we have to analyze how did they come to this conclusion?
Because Africans had it, it's called the Pan-African
how was
Congress.
it presented to them?
It wasn't, they not
presented it to
stupid. Man, so you basically saying that African people don't got no sense. It's crazy. You ain't had to present nothing to them.
That's not
What
what
you
I
mean?
said.
Man, they worked to.
How was the question presented?
It wasn't, man. I don't know. What I do know is I gave her the name of the conference,
Yeah.
right? Pan-African Conference of Prehistory. Y'all could read it and do a show on it and say, thank you, Unc, for educating us on something we didn't know. Appreciate you, bro. You could do that instead of always fighting me down. They're not a bunch of silly people where a white man tell them something, they fall apart and don't know. How do y'all present them people like that as well? As a matter of fact, yo, they not even you. Y'all two separate things going on. Well, how about fighting for the science in this country amongst African Americans, Hercules? You worrying about the continent of Africa. How about worrying about your city, your village, your class, where you teach beautiful Black American kids? How about that? How about promoting science to them? It's interesting, bro. It's a whole interesting thing. And then your man down here, I forget his name. He stay wilding out. Constantly.
Hey,
The thing is,
Hercules.
your,
Hercules, I have a
your point of view is always. Go ahead.
Pro African American.
No, it's not.
Hercules.
Love
Hercules.
for African Americans.
Here a point of clarification. You're not saying that Africans wouldn't apply the methodologies of science. You're not saying that Africans wouldn't take elements, mix them together, find out their results, so on and so forth. Are you are you saying the way that they would apply the findings and the way that they would go about finding those findings is different than the way the European does it? At least that's what I'm taking from the conversation. That's what I've always taken from Maureen Ba'ani's work.
All right, well,
But
that's a little
it's
different.
not that you wouldn't find Africans in a lab
Okay.
mixing things up, trying to understand the outcome. It's just
Yeah,
how they would
yeah,
do it. Like when I brought up how gynecology came about, you wouldn't see Africans taking live people, going up
Well,
inside
that's
them
it, but you weren't
and
ready.
destroying their insides in order to make scientific discoveries, right? That's what I'm not.
correct,
So I don't
correct.
hear you saying that Africans wouldn't apply the methodology of science. It's the way in which they would go about making their discoveries and how they would use it, right?
Yeah.
So then what's it that there is no debate
I'm
then?
actually talking to Hercules, fam.
But I'm talking to you though, fam.
Right,
If
right,
we
right.
wouldn't
But
actually have an argument though,
I would
fam.
like to hear
Stop
Hercules'
being a
answer.
bully, yo. Stop being a damn
Yeah,
bully.
yeah, I know.
Now I'm a
I would
bully.
like to hear Hercules'
Let
answer.
me shut up. I quit. I'm
Yeah,
done.
thank you. I would
But
like to hear
but
Hercules' answer.
but Sankofa, real quick,
No, 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 no,
ask him.
no.
I just
Wait,
wanted
wait. I would
just to
like to
clarify.
hear Hercules' answer.
Let me answer. I'll answer. Go ahead. Let's see if I can answer both of them. Go ahead, King J.
I was just gonna say, does your when you say the methodology, right? That they would apply the methodology, right? Is it the Western, as you would say, Western definition of science, like that has no subjectivity to it, no deity, no rituals, no any metaphysical, anything subjective in the variable?
Well, I'm
Right, right,
asking him.
right.
I
So
asked
yeah,
Hercules that.
yeah,
I asked Hercules the
yeah, yeah,
question.
yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's the same thing. That I guess they're both kind of the same thing. So yeah, that's what I'm. That's exactly what I'm saying because
So why were we arguing, Hercules? Somebody scamming right now. Who's scamming?
Ankh is
His brother asked
so
a great question, yo. Either I'm just a stark raving maniac and don't know what
that's
I'm
what
listening to.
and I
The
said that
brother
in the
brings up a
presentation.
great point because he think you saying one, but I heard him say philosophy. I did hear that word though. Somebody scamming right now, Hercules. Go ahead and
But
explain it to us. What's
I
your
did show
beef?
that. I did show that in the presentation with the OD theory is that you're looking at two different people who come to a same point using different roads. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So
fine.
like we talking about, you said mixing elements and doing, you know what I'm saying, basically chemistry or something like that. We see that in Kemet with the paintings. You have paintings that still are beautiful and vibrant today. That
Do you
means
see what he just did?
they had a different way of doing it, and it's been around for the last 3,000 years. They had a different way of doing it that maintained those colors today. But Western science, they can't do that. They don't maintain those same colors. Painting fades over like at least 50 years. You know what I'm saying? It starts to fade and it needs retouch up. So you're looking at a different approach to doing science, a different approach to doing the Reket Tehesep that Westerners are doing today. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They had a different way of approaching it without
What's
causing
stopping them? What's stopping them though, yo? See, that's the
like
point I don't like, yo. So you saying they got a
and
secret agent in every
again,
lab to say don't do it? Are you
the thing
serious right now,
the
bro?
thing of what I'm saying is that what you keep jumping ahead, and the thing is that
I'm jumping ahead.
you're not looking. You keep picking points, and you want to
I'm
keep
saying
picking
why they that is the
points.
point you made, yo. Why don't they do it then? What they
But you're
waiting for?
forgetting about miseducation. You're forgetting about the whole miseducation concept.
What?
So
Oh
you know what I'm
man.
saying? So you will have to. So the thing is that you will have to prove that Carter G. Woodson, Amos Wilson, and Naeem Akbar and Kobe Cambone were wrong about black people being miseducated under a European educational system. That's what's stopping them.
All right, man. I got you, bro. So why don't you go back and educate me, yo? They waiting on you. See, you seem to be the hero in this situation, yo. Because they don't know what you know. Why don't you do it? You charge.
There's a lot of people like Joseph Mponga, you know what I'm saying? There are people over there that's already talking about this and trying to get the revitalization of young black youth to approach it from an African point of view. You got Abadale Cambone, who's over there. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, there's not everybody, but you have people over there, but it's in little pockets. It's not a big influence like the Europeans have and have the Asians have. They got more money and economic influence to keep their point of view, their real view at top.
You know who I like?
We're fighting against a system that's been trying to keep us down for centuries.
You got your man over there, yo. It's my favorite Abraham. That's my favorite African right now, bro. He proving y'all wild. He's proving that all that stuff you talked about, yo, ain't that. That no matter what the world bring you, we can go ahead and take care of our business, yo. He proving y'all wild, yo. He proving that what you saying right now, yo, is like you back in the 50s. This man has stepped into the modern world. Please don't build a whole lot of daggone temples, mosques, in my spot. Yeah, I'm a Muslim, but I don't do that. We need this, we need this, we need that. He's proving that there's a human being on the continent of Africa, right, in Burkina Faso, that stepped up and take control of his life, his family, his tribe, his clan, his country, bro. That we ain't scared to do all the stuff you talking about, the African way of doing it. He don't promote and preach that for some reason they miseducated in 2026 and can't watch TV or do the internet. How come Iran can do it? Why is Iran doing what they want to do? Why is everybody else can do it but the African? There's some kind of spray paint sprayed on the faces and the eyes of the Africans.
That's true.
They just can't see. Why don't you see? So they should be doing it then. We should see the progression of it then.
Got a message for you. Sekou said you should be preparing for his up and coming debate, brother. He's going to take you on that debate. So that's what you should be preparing for, brother. As soon as he get back from Africa. Debate. The one that you challenged him on about black and Kemet and Egypt and all that.
I don't even remember. I challenged him on 100 things.
Well, I think it's the one on
man. We'll get to it.
He said on Egypt, the one that you claimed that Egypt wasn't black.
Oh man!
I guess he found out some new stuff.
He don't want that. He gonna get beat. He gonna get beat out the framework as usual.
Well, just be prepared. Don't be scared. That's it.
Well, I'm already. What? This me you talking to?
I know you undefeated. I got you.
All right then. So what makes you think I'm not scared to take that into that ring? You tripping? Let's get it on.
And you getting ready to take your undefeated belt with Jabari. You know Jabari want to spank you good, boy.
No, he don't.
Pause.
Scared.
Yes.
Scared to death.
Yes, he do. Watch when he get back.
You better take care of Reggie first.
He's at the Happy Conference right now.
Oh, the pseudo conference. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and Reggie and
everything black gotta be pseudo.
Yo, hold
pseudo
on.
Conference.
Yo, hold on, y'all. Reggie and Jabari handled their business and they both moved on. So stop trying to start with Reggie again, brother. Reggie,
I started with Reggie. I didn't say nothing about no Reggie, did I?
You said, yeah, Reggie, he got to worry about Reggie. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what we need to worry about. Don't worry about me.
They business already. Both of them giants handled their business. Both of them champions have handled their business.
You know what, yo? So since I got 2 debates, I take both of them on at the same damn time.
Now
do that.
Harwin now.
No, I'm not sounding like Harwin. I'm sounding like
Because you know that ain't gonna happen, man.
Well, okay, well I agree, it ain't gonna happen, but that's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling real jumpy. I'm feeling like Muhammad Ali. I'm feeling undefeated. I'm feeling like Floyd right now. That's how I'm feeling. Feeling real good. Feeling real good about science. Feeling good. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling talky trashy. Yeah, bring toe both of them. I got them. Tell them I said, give them this message, sir. I said 8 to 80 blind crippler crazy.
Uncle's a legend in his own mind.
You ain't lying. You gotta be a legend somewhere, yo. With shit. You gotta start with your own mind.
Legend in his own mind, shaking my head.
I agree. Ain't that where it started? I agree.
That's true. That's a fact.
Right.
Hey, we got another brother on the panel, man. I want to see what he got going on. What's going on, brother? You up there?
Hey, brother, I appreciate it. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in. A piece to the panel. I think what I'm sort of getting from it, again, I'll just for people that don't know, I'm Māori. We're in New Zealand and stuff, so we have a lot of universal knowledge or indigenous knowledge, or however you want to frame it, and things like that. So I see sort of where everyone's coming from. I think I'm seeing most of the separation is like we're not trying to separate the science, like this is the science and it's African or indigenous. We see it all as universal. That's how we're seeing it. But I think it's how we're viewing it. Like there's the Eurocentric way to view something in an indigenous way. Like I think that's where a lot of the separation is coming from. And we sort of see it through like when we hear Brother Unk, it's sort of like they separate a lot of our things that we would not separate, like our scientists, science, or our knowledge was, we had things where we'd map the stars and would have to go through methodologies of like testing through experimentations,
I agree.
Predictive models, observations, and data collection, but we wouldn't collect it in a lab per se. It'll be from oral, and then we'll pass it down through generations. That's sort of our proof of observation and data collection. Because if it was wrong, we'll probably be lost in the sea, or we wouldn't make our plants be able to travel from, like, for example, South America, we get our kumara, which is our sweet potato, from Chile, or we have connections with the Mapuche people and things like this. And I think that's where it's sort of the separation is sort of the view, not really the science. We're not trying to separate the science. It's sort of that, because when we see it through a Western view, it's more based around, it has to be done in a Western way, where it's in a Western laboratory. It has to be written in a Western way to prove certain things. And because indigenous, or for ours, we don't separate the two, where we got spirituality attached to a lot of our systems. It becomes pseudo or things of that nature. I'll give you quick examples to show how we're sort of fighting our own Eurocentric views. Like we have a Maunga, a mountain that now has, since 2014, I think, it has the exact, we're pushed as a Māori people, pushed our mountains, because as an indigenous, we sort of connect to nature. We do not separate it. So a lot of our science or our knowledge was to protect nature, because if we protected nature and connected with it, it was going to further better the generations to come. And yes, anyway, the mountain, the Amonga, actually has the same exact rights as a human being. So you can't even litter there without getting taken to court and things like that. So that's sort of one way we're showing how much we're pushing our indigenous cultures, because we've had the same Western
conservation. You're talking conservation, right?
Yeah, in a way, and also it has the exact same rights as a
early. That's a good one. Good point.
How you pronounce your name?
Akida.
Akida.
Akira.
Hey, I think me and you got the same unk, man. The same joint.
Oh, yo.
Did you get those from Infadesi too?
What was that? Sorry.
You got
I did.
Wow. See, that was just a guess too.
Yo.
But,
that's
crazy. That's crazy. That's what's up, man. Go ahead, finish speaking.
Sorry, brother. Nah, that's cool. But we also have like Maramataka, which is the lunar calendar, and we sort of seen it as a way to like dictate when was the best time to produce our crops, because we knew in certain other parts of the seasons it was not going to grow. For example, kumara, we sort of had to cultivate the soil before we could even do it, or even ensure it carried on, because some of the crops would die out if it wasn't protected in a certain environment of soil and things of those natures. But another one, because I remember, Unk, this is for you, because I seen you talk about Hawaiians and the Pele story, and I won't say you're wrong. I'll stay open, because I do like this channel, because I am humbled as a student. But the source you brought up was that source was as a scientist. That source was, I checked the source, and it was from the University of Hawaii. But if you check the sources itself, it carries on talking about similar to what I'm saying. But the source itself, when you click on what it was based on, to my knowledge, I could be wrong, and I stand corrected if I am wrong, it was a student handbook type leaflet where it had that exact story that I was talking about, but it also had like the men's sporting something. So it was more like a pamphlet passed around at the university as that one source, because that's sort of,
Okay.
and that's one thing I will say. But Monarchia was one way to show what science and indigenous stuff sort of does different. Science will look at everything as products or things like that, where indigenous will look at the Mauna or the mountain, Mauna Kea, as direct connection. Like we whakapapa, our genealogy, we whakapapa to the land and things of that. So we've seen it as more of a divine power, not as in a walking thing like your source was talking about. But I'm saying that to say, science said they wanted to put a telescope on that mountain, and the indigenous people said that's a sacred site for us, blah, blah, blah. But what it did do was it united a whole group of people around the world. Like some of our tribes from my marae or my house of knowledge, we traveled down there, not me myself, but one of my maraes went down.
Right.
A lot of Māori went down. Samoa went down. We had like Damien Marley, Jack Johnson, Jason Momoa, The Rock, all coming. And we had people like in America that couldn't make it, like Bruno Mars and just different cultures. Leonardo DiCaprio sort of reaching out in the unity of indigenous, I don't know what the word would be to match it, but we've seen the connection and collection of people coming together to stand up for indigenous things against science, because I think that's where a lot of the problem is science will separate, where indigenous knowledge will sort of, this is what I'm taking it, we try and take on, because we're not going to stay in the Stone Age. Like we got technology that helps us way better than
I disagree with that though. They wasn't going against science. I think they was fighting for their right to determine what the hell go on their sacred mountain. I don't think the people was actually against science. I just wanted to add that.
No, yeah, I think that's a fair point to add. All I was saying about that is like science will sort of like, they will take it upon themselves to just plant their experimentations or their services regardless of indigenous, where indigenous sort of won't do it like that. We'll take the scientific tools and stuff and respect it, but at the same time they won't disrespect their own knowledge or culture to sort of remedy that. But yeah, I've been pretty long-winded, so thank you for the time. And
so don't you think there's a fine line there though? Because if it was just dependent on one indigenous tribe, we wouldn't have never got to where we got to with science. Thank goodness for the array of different, avenues and different people being able to make different decisions. Like you said, it's the volcano is sacred. You need some people to think it's not sacred. It's just a volcano, and it's better to study that volcano, right? So it won't kill the people. You know what I'm saying? So it's very, very, it's a balance there, man. And we should never forget the indigenous people. I appreciate indigenous people. Without them, we would not have science today. So I just wanted to add that to your thing. I always appreciate you too, bro.
No, I appreciate that, brother. I will just add that I think that's what we've done in a lot of our indigenous inquiries and stuff. Like we actually would come together as different tribes. Like for us, we don't actually class ourselves as Maori. Like how you wouldn't say Africans are Africans. We went by our tribes as well. Like even when we introduce ourselves, we actually go from our mountain. So it's called a pipiha. We'll start as our mountain, our river, our marae, and then we sort of say our name last type thing. So we sort of make sure you know where we come from before we direct ourselves to ourselves. But I'm saying that to say, yes, tribes would have to come together and create the same thing. And most times it's against the sort of Western disregard, I would say, for their cultures and customs and stuff like that. But yeah, peace. I hear you, brother. And yeah, appreciate you always.
All right. Hey, Akira.
Yep.
Hold on. I got to make my speech, man. You already know, man. Craziness going on in the chat. And I'm going to say this, man. When you are 100% man, and you are a man, men don't worry about what other men rock and what other men got on, man. Understand that. You must have some hidden sugar in your tank to worry about the brother's fingernails. What the hell does that got to do with anything? So I don't understand you brothers, man. Do y'all got sweetness in your tank? Because I'm not concerned with another man and what he's rocking, and Afro Nation hit it right on the head. if all you know is your own American culture, be quiet. Be the hell quiet. That's all I had to say, man. Please stop worrying about other men and how they rock and living their life, man. Go ahead, Hercules, man. I just had to say that, man. Gets me
All
mad
right.
when these ignorant people be doing this craziness. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, brother Akira, it's good to see you again, man. Good to see you. You got to be what, 6 in the morning out there, 7 in the morning, man. You up early, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to live in Southeast Asia. I lived in Cambodia and Singapore a couple of years ago. So I definitely was out there hanging out, having fun. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, the approach that I'm looking at is that when we're talking about the racist science, we're not talking about behavior, individuals being racist, the scientists being racist. You're talking about the fundamental foundation, the epistemic racism. Epistemic racism is focused on the structure. So growing up, Neely Fuller and Francis Cress Welsing, people I've heard all my life said that racism is a system. And if it's a system, therefore it has a structure. And every structure has a foundation. And Marimba Ani identified that structure as the asili. When we think about this, many of us are still thinking about it as the behavior of the scientists. And you can't think that way because even Black people can be biased in their scientific research, approaching it from the Western way. So from the African way, my argument is that from the African point of view, when they approach this, their axioms are Ewepile, Ubuntu, and Maiat. So they're already approaching it as their foundation. So when they think of their theories of things to do, I'm coming up with things to do, I'm not there. If their theories goes against Ewepile or Maiat, any of those, you erase those theories and you have to start over. And then you come up with new stuff. This is why you don't see, even though the level of knowledge in mathematics in ancient Kemet was equivalent to today, you don't see them coming up with ideas of like a combustion engine because that would go against my art. That's the whole thing. It's like your approach and how you are viewing the world. You know what I'm saying? Well, Western approach to the world is as the universe is dead matter, and nature is something to control and strip of its resources no matter what. So it's a whole different approach. It is a whole different world view that we're looking at. You got two different world views, and I think that's the thing that's the issue that we're having. That people not understanding you have two different epistemological views of one viewing it this way and one viewing it that way. And so that's, I think we see the issue is. But yeah, I understand what you were saying. Definitely, I agree. Most of you saying about the
So you think? So I just want to tell the people that science is not actually disconnected from indigenous culture, and nor does it accept indigenous claims as scientific, but it actually learns from indigenous culture. I don't want to promote this idea that some kind of way science does not pay attention to, learn from indigenous culture. That's not true. That would be non-scientific, bro. So I'm saying I don't know where we get this idea from.
that's incorrect.
Maybe
We're
early
scared of
on.
YouTube.
Hey, yo,
Maybe early on, I get that scientific racism
hey, yo,
thing, but today's world we live in, it's not that. What's up, sir? What's up, sir?
let God energy get in.
Oh, okay, go ahead. He was quiet.
You know what I mean? I'm just catching up on the conversation, actually.
Okay, but
So answer that though. Answer that
I
part.
would disagree because you see it we see it in history. I gave an example of monoculture. You plant agriculture of monoculture of
Okay.
planting one single crop.
Okay.
That
Okay.
is a Western view, and you're
What's
eroding the soil.
the other view? What's the other view? You told me before.
You do not plant just one single crop because it causes erosion of the soil. This is something. I'm telling you this because I know it because I've done.
I know. What's the other? What do you call the other technique? I forgot it. Go ahead.
Multicultural. You have to do multicultural plants. You're not doing just
Multicultural plan. Okay.
you're not doing one culture of a plant because you're you're just causing the erosion of the soil. So this was what indigenous people did. This is what African people did as well. But when Westerners come along, because it drives profits, they're looking at that monetary. Of course, it's capitalism. So again, so it's like you
You want
see
to do a
that
show on that? You want to do a show on that?
on what? On which one?
I actually think that no person is trying to get higher yields with less land and less disruption of the ecosystem is going to deny ideas that actually work and benefit the farming industry. You can get a degree in agricultural sciences, bro. I was sitting there watching it, yo. Right? When people's got their degree, got their master's degree, yo. I seen, degrees in agriculture. They're not. No one would do that, bro.
That's
That
not what
doesn't
I
even
said.
it doesn't make sense.
That's not what I said.
I'm saying they study soil erosion and all that, bro. The pH balance
If
and
they
they do
study,
all that. They wouldn't ignore it. They wouldn't ignore it, yo.
if they study soil erosion, we would not have nutrients depleted. Today's soil is
Yeah,
not
you
equal to
overtelling me.
100 years ago. All right,
Brother
You
Hercules.
Yes, we
it's not
would,
the
brother.
same.
Brother,
Brother
we
Hercules.
trying to feed 8 billion people now. So you have to factor that in too. But let me fall back in here. God, energy coming.
I
No,
didn't hear it.
this is
Say that again.
cosmic. This is cosmic, but if somebody else wants to go, they can go. I can hold back.
I just wanted to repeat what I had said to Hercules. We're trying to feed 8 billion people right now. During that time, they may have been trying to feed like a village. So they could afford to factor in, hey, we want to save our land and we want to rotate this and rotate that. By the way, that's a very old concept. That's a very old concept. And I do believe that Europeans use that concept also, but my point was that now, and it's being rectified now, but at one time they were trying to feed 6 billion people. And sometimes, hey, we're going to mess some things up in our goal of feeding 6 billion people, So I don't think that they were that it is exactly how you were trying to put it, that they just chose money over soil. You gotta, hey, we're trying to work a global economy and feed 6, 7, 8 billion people, and we'll worry about fixing things later. And I also take a little bit of I want to give a little pushback on. I see you kind of building this narrative, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're kind of building this narrative that Africans would never do this or do that in science. They wouldn't build an engine. They wouldn't build a rocket because it goes against nature. Do you think that that's actually accurate, brother? Have you been? Yeah, you have been to Africa. They aren't different than any other people, brother. They want to advance also, and they aren't new to killing people. They aren't. I mean, they participated in selling people for trinkets, and you're trying to tell us that they wouldn't build a rocket because it harms the atmosphere. They wouldn't put a data center under the ocean. I think you're romanticizing Africa a bit too much. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's kind of what I'm hearing coming from you, brother. You're kind of romanticizing people who will slaughter their own people, cut the breasts off of women, so that they can't feed their children.
But
They
won't
aren't
harm the
any
soul.
better. Yeah, they aren't any better than any other human, brother. But you can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah. So again, you're approaching this from a Western point of view. That's your definition. That's your foundation. And the
Built-in answer, yo.
The problem with that is that so you're assuming that they would do this and they would do that. You know what I'm saying? So what you have to do is show us that before Europeans and before the Arabs influence that these are the things that they were doing. And you know what I'm saying? We could see the same
I'm
things
gonna
and
give you a
stuff.
source. I'm gonna
So
give you a
again,
source right now.
hold up,
Give you a
wait,
source.
hold up. Get the source later. And so what I'm basing it off of is their axioms. Their whole axioms will be, like I said, Iwe Pile, Mayat, and Ubuntu. These are their axioms. When your foundation is that's all you know. There's no other axioms. That's all they know. And when you look at the continent before the Arab invasion, before European invasion, that's all you see. There aren't any other axioms. So when they base off of these axioms, you come up with theories and ideas and try to prove it based off those axioms. Your theories goes against those axioms, you erase it because
Those
you
are
don't know
local,
any other.
but
You don't know any other axioms. There's nothing
but those
else.
but those are local axioms. There are there any other axioms anywhere else or any other geographical location?
I'm saying, what are you talking about? I'm talking about Africa. We talk about the continent. All right.
Yeah, so
And
you're
so I'm
suggesting
showing you
that
that.
only number, but you're suggesting that they're the only people who have a number concept of a number system.
First of all, I'm not talking about a number system. We're talking about theoretical foundations, the concepts of Ubuntu. We are, I am because we are. Iwe Pile, you have this good character. Mayat, balance between
Feeling.
But
harmony.
you're injecting theology into
I'm not
science.
objecting to y'all. So stop. Wait, stop. You're thinking again. You're approaching this from the Western point of view.
Oh my God!
So this is how they saw stuff. And so the reason I include these three axioms because they cover the continent, and we see it all throughout the continent. And my proof of that,
Real
like I
quick.
said, you can read Dr. Kamalu's book on personal divinity and nature. You can read Muntu book by Jahiz Johns. You could check out the book Dr. Luyaka's book, The Cosmetic Big Bang. They all, even Dr. Zulu Matado's book on Secret Waters of the Desert. They all covered. He's from South Africa. However, they all covered these axioms, these concepts that African people have all throughout the continent. They're all the same. So when you're starting your foundation, I'm saying your foundation is on these axioms. This is all you know. When you build up your theory, when you come and try to do your proofs, if it goes against these axioms, you're going to scrap it because it doesn't match. That is completely different than an
Sounds
epistemological view of the Westerners. And
sounds local. Sounds
I don't
local to me.
think you understand
Wait.
that. Wait, stop. I don't think you understand that the epistemological view of Western Europeans and African people are complete opposites. They didn't view the world the same way.
Sir, I
Yeah,
just
you
noticed
can.
that you use a lot of past tense. If I bring one of those wild ass Africans to this channel right now, one of these present day wild ass Africans, I don't think that they're still going off of those three concepts that they had in prehistory, brother.
No, they not.
Time
I
hasn't
agree.
banned.
No, they have not. I agree.
All right.
I agree. And we know why they would not be still going off of that because of colonization. And you're excluding that fact into their history. Y'all excluding colonization I've lived in Africa. I know. I've seen it for myself. All right. So you're excluding the colonization and the mentality of what the Europeans impressed upon them through their educational system.
Yeah, can y'all hear me? You hear me? Hercules.
Yes, I can hear you.
So Hercules, I'm just you tired of me, yo. I'd stop. We just ain't got nobody to talk to, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yo, who you gonna talk to, yo, besides me, brother?
I understand your view, man. Your view is incorrect.
Okay, so let's deal with the planning thing. So I want you to know before Europeans got here, of course, you know, Europeans was doing the multicultural planning, right? Native Americans. Okay, but Europeans, you know, they started their system of doing it too. 1700s. It's not new. Right? So they didn't and they incorporated a lot of different ideas into farm. I said it's a science now, yo. totally different. And nobody's sitting around allowing plants to die. You got organic farms. You got all kind of stuff, yo. Like you can't. It's like you fighting a war, yo, in the 1930s or something. You like Hiru. Look him up.
No,
Hiru. He's a Japanese guy that was on an island and kept fighting for the next 17 years. You like him, yo.
no,
And you want
no.
Africans to be in the Stone Age. It's the most ridiculous thing ever, yo.
That's not.
Like
Hey,
you.
yo,
That's not.
Hercules.
You misunderstanding me because wait, hold up, real quick. I told you. So I mentioned this. I don't know if you heard me. I had to do
Okay.
I had to do a paper. I had to do my research on this for my chemistry class, and I did my research on the soil erosion over the years for the past 100 years, and so we're looking at the nutrients in the soil that's not equal from 100 years ago, and the reason that is because of monoculture, of they planting one single crop, and that's for production, and we see
Whoa,
that
whoa,
with.
whoa, whoa. You said you got this from what? You got this from what? Your what class?
I took chemistry. I took
Oh,
a chemistry class.
I don't trust that European science, brother. Can you find something else? I don't trust that.
Shut up,
That's
yo.
fun.
But no, so I mean, this was something. This was something they've been doing for years. But now, yes, I would say now today for the past 5 years, you see them trying to implement multi different plants when they
I
planting
said
and
since
having
the
the.
1600s, yo, is what I said, yo.
But that was 1600s. That did not. It didn't maintain from the 1600s to the present. It switched because of economic reasons. Even though the research may have been just, but because of economic reasons, because of the understanding of way they approach of doing science and for profit, they switched it. It didn't maintain. It didn't stay the same.
Hey, yo, Hercules. Another modern day example of how they didn't learn their lesson is related to the health and the state of actually bees. It might sound wild to some people on the stage, but bees are actually endangered right now. And they're endangered
Yeah,
because of the monoculture of almonds. Like
right.
every year, they import millions of bees to one area in California where they're growing almonds for like 40 or 50 weeks. But then they need the bees to pollinate the almonds, and then they're killing off the bees due to transportation, due to several other factors. But one of the major factors is the bees are put in an area where there's nothing but almond trees for miles. And so they don't have enough diversity in order to propagate their own selves. And so then there's this thing where there's like beehive collapse. They call the phenomenon beehive collapse, but it's all due to the monoculture or the development of simply one crop, which is almonds. So it's like they haven't learned their lesson. But I wanted you to discuss, because I think the concept of a Sealy is not getting across. So could you discuss Marimba Ani's concept of a Sealy, how Plato played a part in the development of the European Sealy, how that connects to eugenics and the concept of the other, and then how that even connects to the genocide that Europeans can commit against other indigenous people of color because they see them as less than. Can you connect all those concepts to Marimba Ani's concept of the Asili?
Yeah, because that it starts. It doesn't just start with the Asili. So the Asili, the concept of the Asili is the seed of a cultural people, and so this seed is destructive. From the European perspective, these Amu, our ancestors called them the Amu, these people that came out of the Caucasoid Mountains or the Levanten area, whatever you guys want to frame it as, this seed demand a ideology of destruction. And it came, and what Marimba Ani and Jacob Carruthers labeled this as is the alienation. They alienated themselves from nature and the universe, from the cosmos. So, and we know that the difference is that African people, they saw a connection between the cosmos. And what Dr. Zulu Matabo talks about is that African people understood that they come from the cosmos, that we are one with the cosmos. So you see the Amu people, these European people, from their or their genesis in their cosmology is that they saw themselves separate from the cosmos. And so you see in their stories, in their ancient texts, they were fighting against their creators, the gods and stuff. They were fighting against nature. So this concept in their mind, it starts there, that they had to fight against nature and fight against the creation itself. And they didn't see themselves as one. And with this concept, you develop as you being dominated. I have to dominate and control nature. Then from there, this is what she talks about the etymological and the ontological connection. You're going into this objectification because you begin to objectify nature. I got to control nature, so I begin to objectify this. So once I objectify this, I become superior. I'm better than this object that I'm controlling. And then now the objectification led to mechanization. Now you want to create things that are technological in origin. And so, and not that only you objectify objects in nature, then you begin to objectify people. Once you objectify people, you know what I'm saying, you get to assess. You have this hierarchy mentality, I'm better. And so this was the foundation of the Asili seed, which is the center of the culture itself. And then you have the Utamaroho on the side, you know what I'm saying? They're welded into the Asili. And this is what I showed the quote from the brother, the Spanish guy, Gosfolgo, the Spanish guy, where he's saying that, you know, this idea from Descartes, I am, I think, therefore I am. This whole idea of ego, I myself, I'm thinking myself. I recognize that I am, and I recognize that I could think. I recognize that therefore I am superior. This is their way of looking at stuff. That is not an African way. The African way of Ubuntu, I am because we are. I exist because we exist. That's a complete different way of approaching things. So that's what she was talking about when you have the Asili, that's the core center of your culture. The core center of your culture is destructive. And she got the concept from, you know, the Dogon and the Yorugu, this idea of Yorugu separating himself from the creator of Ama. He broke away. Ama was trying to, you know, build Ama, you know what I'm saying, weaving and building you, I'm fashioning you. Now everything in the universe has a counterpart. All right, now let me build your counterpart. You know what I'm saying? Yorugu decides, I'm out, I'm gone, and leaves out before Ama could finish building the counterpart. So now Yorugu's like, yo, I don't need you. I could build my own counterpart. I don't need you, Ama. Ama is what? The creator of the universe. I don't need Ama. I could build my own counterpart. What does that sound like to you? I'm better than the creator. I can build humans or human-like representatives that's better than creator. Robots, AI. That's how the Europeans think. They don't need, I'm not part of the creator. We don't need the creator. I'm better than the creator. There's no such thing as a God. There's no such thing, you know what I'm saying? I can show you that I can build human beings or human-like creatures that are better than humans. That's the idea of Yorugu. That's how he was thinking. And so she connected this concept of Yorugu breaking away from the creator and started trying to build humans that's better than the creator. But everything Yorugu did was destructive. No matter how Yorugu was trying to do stuff, it always ended up destructive. If you analyze history analyze it completely from an honest point of view. Look at when the Europeans left out of Europe, when they went around the world. Did they bring life? Did they bring forth, I forgot the word, like productivity? Or did they destroy life? And then decide to recreate everything in their image, in their concepts.
Let me ask this.
You have to.
Yeah, let me ask this, brother. And I think I'm hearing where some of your concepts come from and what I would label as a fault. I'm somewhat hearing, whereas I don't know if it's a remnant from like our Christianity, where at one point we thought that the world was created perfect and everything was in balance and worked together, and lions used to sleep with zebra. That's kind of like what I'm hearing now. You'll call it, those three African concepts, but they're similar to like Christianity to me. But I would contend that we can see that the actual world works differently. The actual world is trying to kill and destroy other organisms. We have this fault because, like I said, my thing is zoology. We have this false narrative that man is the only murderous organism on this planet, the only organism that will, needlessly kill, needlessly destroy. If I put one lion in a enclosure with 10 leopards, that lion's going to kill every leopard in there. And there's numerous other species that we can do that with. This world is all about predation, dominating. That's what this world, and this is something that we can go outside our door and observe. I just walked out my back door, and I'm watching lizards trying to dominate the other little insects around here. This world is not built on peace and we all buddy. This world, if you can agree, is built on establishing dominance so that you can obtain whatever resource that you want. So let's say that the European did that. Were they not just copying how the world actually functions? Now we've drawn this picture in our head that is not supposed to work like that, but we can walk out our door and we can see that it works like that. So is it that we're trying to live in a theoretical world when that's not what the real world is?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. My pushback would be, it's not about dominance. It's more about balance. It's trying to keep a balance with the world. An example of this is like the rabbit and the fox. And it's something I didn't like this concept when I took differential equations, because they used that concept and you had to model the rabbit and the fox population. If the rabbit population, outgrows, if there's no fox, you see the rabbit population growing and eating up all the plants and stuff. It had nothing to balance it. If the fox population gets bigger, eating up all the rabbits, it has nothing else to balance it. So there's a balance that keeps it. So you're looking at species in the world that keep each other in check and balance. You see the lions keep the zebras in check, the cheetahs keeping the deers in check. The stuff, all this stuff, it remains in balance. One population does not outgrow the other one. When you're looking at nature, when you're looking at raw nature, and that's what I saw with I was just watching something the other day about the documentary of strawberries. Plants are being eroded because of the mites. They're eating, feeding off the nutrients in the plant leaf. So the farmers have to bring in, they try pesticides. Pesticides don't work. They learn to adapt. So they bring in a different group of mites that eat those mites specifically. That's their only job. That's all they eat. They don't eat nothing else but those mites. And I thought I was like, wow, that's crazy. So you're looking at, things that the universe keeping things in balance. And again, it goes back to Mayat and Isfat. When something gets out of balance, Mayat comes in and controls Isfat, put Isfat back in order. And so the one thing I remember John Henry Clark saying years ago, I remember him saying that he said there was a point in history where the Europeans and Africans could have came together as one and moved forward. as one people. You know, had different ideologies and stuff, but they could have moved together as one. You know what I'm saying? However, you know, that point did not happen because of because African people did not understand the mentality of the Europeans, and because the Europeans were over aggressive and they did not appreciate the mentality of the Africans. So that point never happened. And I always think about, damn, I wish that point would have happened. You know what I'm saying?
But it can happen now.
I mean, it can happen, but the thing is, like, we, as Black people, we have to be assertive about our, you know what I'm saying, points of view and our world views. You know what I'm saying? And so to put things back in balance, because you can't deny the fact that we live in a world that is unsustainable. Everything that's going on today is completely unsustainable. And they're trying to find ways to fix it because they've messed up in the past.
You know, when you say that the world maintains balance and you know, species and the way they prey on other species, they balance it out. But you have to be aware that there's overbalances all the time. You know, there are constant overbalances where we may not have enough bears here naturally or whatever. So the deer just grow, just multiply and take over the area. Then nature takes care of that by introducing a parasite or virus, and it wipes out the deer population until the bear and wolf population bounces back. So I just wanted to clarify that there are constant imbalances in nature. Yes, humans have caused some, and we're probably causing more, but nature's always going to balance it out. Just like if you were saying that the way that we live right now is unsustainable, nature's going to balance it out. Just like Reggie said, there's supposed to be like a new virus here. Nature's always going to balance it out, but that's moving away from what you're talking about. Let me fall back.
No, I get it. What's up, God Energy? Brother Energy, how you feeling, man?
Peace to the panel. Peace, brother Hercules. Looking exactly how Hercules was originally depicted. You know what I mean? So shout out to you. But with that though, just to add on, right? The Caucasus Mountains was one of the first central hubs of the Indo-European expansion. People like the Yamnaya, right? When they really come from the Central Eurasian steppe, you know, and the Caucasus was one of their main stopping points before they then dispersed. And historically, the peoples are associated with warlike tribes. You know what I mean? This group coming from the Central Eurasian steppe and then to the Caucasus Mountains, they are associated with being more warlike than the civilization set up more in the Southern Hemisphere. And when you talk about the Central Eurasian steppe, these are those horsemen, right, riding around on those flat plains. And when you look at it, all of those horse riding, quote unquote, warlike tribes descend from these individuals, right? The Hellenes, who we call the Greeks, the Latins, who we call the Romans, right? The Angles, Saxons, the Norsemen, all of them trace their ancestry back to these Neolithic peoples. But when you talk about the Huns, like Attila the Hun, or the Mongols, they come from the Central Eurasian steppe as well. So when you look at almost all of the groups known for conquest, setting up these big conquests and raids, expanding these empires like Attila the Hun, like the Khans of the Mongols, they are all of the Central Eurasian steppe ancestry. And the historians themselves do make the comparison that these individuals were way more warlike than the more Southern Hemisphere based civilizations such as Egypt, such as Sumeria. I wanted to ask the brother Hercules, because the only other person I've ever heard talk about this concept of the Isili is Brother Cosmic Sankofa. So I want to ask you, because I'm unfamiliar, is the Isili meant to be like an allegory, and that's why it's also partnered with the Yoruba story? Is the Isili meant to be an allegory for you to just understand human behaviors, or is the Isili meant to be something more scientific than that? It's supposed to be viewed more scientific and more concrete than just an allegory? Or is the Asili meant to be interpreted?
Yeah. No, it's not an allegory. The allegory was the Urugu, the concept of Urugu itself, that came from the Dogon. This being separated itself from the creator and wanted to go off and do its own thing, but everything it did was destructive. That's the allegory. And so what Marima Ani did, if I'm understanding correctly, is that when she connected that allegory to the concept of Asili. Now, the Asili, I think it was I want to say.
I'm looking for clarity. I'm looking for clarity on the Asili. So it would help if you would give me a definition and then how it's meant to be interpreted. That's more of what I'm looking for.
Yeah, the Asili is I think she said Kiswahili. It's a Kiswahili word that actually means seed. You know what I'm saying? The seed of a culture. And so she connected these words, the Asili, Utamaroho, and Utamawazo. The Asili is the seed. All right. Let me just wait. Let me just grab the book right here real quick. All right, and just give you her exact definition of Asili. All right, here it is. The Asili. Here we go. About Asili. The logos of a culture within which its various aspects cohere. It is the development germ seed of a culture. It is the cultural essence, the ideological core, the matrix of a cultural entity which must be identified in order to make sense of the collective creations of its members. All right, so it's the seed of the culture which all the members in that culture adhere to this seed. All right, and Utamawazo she defines as culturally structured thought is how the whole culture thinks. It's the way in which cognition is determined by a cultural Asili. It is the way in which the thought of members of the culture must be patterned if the Asili is to be fulfilled. All right, and Utamaroho, the vital force of a culture set in motion by the Asili. It is the thrust or energy source of a culture, which gives its emotional tone and motives the collective behavior of its members. Both the Utamawazo and the Utamaroho are born out of the Asili and in turn affirms it. They should not be thought of as distinct from the Asili, but as a manifestation of the Asili. So again, that was from her book, Urugu. Let's see, you guys see that joint. That was Urugu joint. That's from the book. And she gives a definition. So the Asili is the seed, the foundational of that culture, that everything in the culture is manifested from that seed. And it expresses itself, in the Utamaroho and the Utamawazo.
Sounds like a netter.
But also too, to say seed is another metaphor or allegory, right? Because it's not a literal seed. So then when you say it's the seed of a culture, that then brings us to another, what looks like a metaphor.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you could say that. He's using it as a metaphor to describe it. Yes. And also, so the thing is this. It's like this, the idea of what she came up with, the Asili is, I guess we want to think like, can we validate it? Or is it just something, that she created? Again, like I said, these are concepts that she came up with. And I think I was working on a proof for the Asili. See if I don't know if I was looking up, but to prove this concept of the Asili, you have to, you know what I'm saying, you can just use logic. You just mathematically, logically validate it. And, you know what I'm saying, to prove, the thing is, to prove it, you know, if a culture is inherently destructive, and its two components are demanding expansion and the progress, the other component is demanding that the world view your concepts through their concepts. Like, you know what I'm saying, you have to, whatever I say, you have to view the world through my lens. Can you validate that? You know, is that valid? Using mathematical logic. And what I did is I actually worked on it. I gotta pull it up. I could pull it up. I don't feel like I'm looking for it right now. But the thing is that you can mathematically validate that. However, if you have one, how mathematical logic works, if you have one instance where it shows invalidation, then your whole theory is wrong. It don't work. And with Marie Ba'ani's theory of the Asili, using mathematical logic, you can show it. However, you will still have one instance where you can show that it does not apply to the whole entire European, what we call European culture. So therefore, it would be invalid. However, but then again, if you use African logic, if you use Nzumizu, looking at it from the lens of Nzumizu, then it becomes valid. And that's the point that she was making, that she was not approaching this whole thing from a Western point of view. She stepped outside of Western academia to judge the Western society, to judge Western academia. And so if you're going to step outside of Western academia to judge it, that means you have to mathematically, logically to judge it from a standpoint that is not steeped in Western academia points of view of logic. And so her analysis of Asili still stands valid. So yes, there's such a thing as the Asili, which is the culture seed, and which you can prove, and then you have the Utama Rojo and Utama Wazazo that are functioning from the culture, that function from the Asili that helps maintain that culture.
But see, that sounded good. I ain't gonna lie, but there's no functionality to anything that you just said. So when you say what I say is Western, if Western comes with functionality, I'll take that, because what you're saying is just theology and philosophy.
Everything is philosophical. What do you mean functionality?
It's not applicable in the real world. Those subjective principles that you want to apply that suggest good and bad, because it really is what it sounds like, right? Good and bad. It's not.
So
Go ahead.
you're not understanding the concept. The concept is that I'm demanding that you view the world from my perspective. So whatever I say is valid, you have to say is valid. And if you don't say is valid, therefore you're out of here. You're pseudo. And that's what Europeans did. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand how you do not agree with that. That's what they did around the world.
Wait,
I definitely don't agree with that, because it's collective. We got a little bit from the Chinese, we got a little bit from the India, we got a little bit from the Islamic world, we got a little bit from the Greek, we got a little bit from Egypt. It's a collective of all. So you're suggesting that they're imposing their Western theology on these other societies.
Not theology, but understanding of reality. They're not theology. They're opposing their understanding of reality. If I say that water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit, you also have to say that it freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. And if you don't, then you're not doing science, and therefore your logic is invalid. That's it. Explain to me how that is not imperialistic.
Can I chime in? It's about the repeated testing. It's not that you have to say that it freezes at that temperature. What it is you tested the fact that I said it does. And when we both get the same results, from the experimentation, That's the scientific method. So it's not just believe that it freezes at that degrees because I say so, right? We all agree to the consensus that it freezes at that degrees because we all tested it independently and got the same result. That's how the
Right.
scientific method
Right.
works. That's how scientific consensus comes about, by the use of the scientific method, which is repeated.
Peer
Yeah,
review
yeah.
process.
So yeah. That's the scientific method of like determine stuff. Correct. So we all agree that that's a scientific method. That independently, you're going to determine that this freezes at 32 degrees Celsius. Now, my method, I'm alone. Like Akira said, he's in his village with his people. He has a method of determining how water freezes. He don't have to say it freezes at 32 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit. He has a method that says water freezes at the molecular level of this point when it reaches this level, period. He don't have to say 32 degrees Fahrenheit for you to demand that I have to say that and put that in my work. That is imperialism. The fact that Europeans could not verify when African people say that I'm communing with the ancestors. I talk with my ancestors to verify certain things in life. The fact that they say, well, how do you verify that? Through ritual, through the rhythm and the vibration. When they try to understand it or when they try to do it, they cannot verify it. Therefore, that's pseudo.
But what you just said,
You're completely denying the fact that these people have a method of doing stuff, because it doesn't matter if you're airway, voodoo, or Basotho, or Eritrea. If you look at all throughout Africa, they all were able to do this method to vibe with the ancestors to prove something. The only people that couldn't do it was the ones that's calling it pseudo. Come on, man. I mean, you have to look at the imperialistic mindset of these people. They're implying their ways of determining that I get to determine what is science and what is not science. That's what they were talking about. That's what I'm saying.
But wait.
Your examples didn't equate to each other, though, because water freezing is an objective, observable fact reality. And then people use different metric systems to describe it, like the difference between Fahrenheit and Celsius. But that's different. But that's different from making the claim that I commune with my ancestors, and here's how. When communing with the ancestors isn't even an objective, established fact reality, how water freezing is. Everyone can see water freeze, but not everyone can commune with their ancestors or claim to have a method or the ability to do that. So your examples did not equate. Before we even get to the
well, those are two different examples. They were not trying to be the same example. And as I was trying to say, there is no such thing as objectivity. That is what the Europeans use to validate their point of view, to try to say that you can be objective, you can separate yourself. You know what I'm saying? And quantum physics proves that you can't be objective. There's no such thing as being objective. Because when you're looking at a particle, when you're looking at these particles in the quantum state, you're saying that two things cannot be one at the same time. That is not true. We know that light is a particle and a wave at the same time. We know that as a fact. So
you disagree? You disagree with Schrodinger's equation?
Wait, hold on. Before we even get to that, right? The fact that you can even quantize the subatomic world, the fact that it is quantum or quantized, meaning the energy and calculations given off by this electron in this part of space is the exact same number on that side of space, making that an objective, measurable reality. So there is objectivity. The fact that physics is even quantum or quantized says that, because the measurements of the megajoules or microjoules that they give off, or electron volts, pardon me, the electron volts given off by a hydrogen atom here is the same as a hydrogen atom across the universe, because those numbers are quantized or objectively the same.
That's not, you're looking at You're thinking again. You're using math to try to define objectivity, and math and science are not the same. Math is a tool. Math is a tool that you use in science.
Well, we can't win it. We can't win a subjective theological conversation with you.
The idea of being objective, that I am stepping back and I don't have no feelings, no emotion, no prerequisite thoughts of this thing, is incorrect. And this is what Ani and Carruthers was trying to explain, that you cannot separate yourself because you already have a notion of knowledge. Knowledge comes from your ontological view of the world. So your ontological view of the world is already predetermined in what you knew and how you grew up. And this cannot be separated because it's welded together. So from this ontological view of how you are viewing the world and your etological view is you already had this pre-notion. So to say that, all right, I'm being objective and I'm gonna separate myself from what I'm looking at and to judge it, and that's not a true look at reality. Because when you're looking at reality from the quantum level, when you're looking at reality from the quantum level, like I said, you're looking at things. You're looking at things that science cannot explain. Western science cannot explain why these two things exist at the same time. Why are they the same? You know what I'm saying? Why do spinners, you know what I'm saying, they could tell each other from millions of light years apart at the same time? So a particle, like I said, light is a particle and a wave at the same time. But from the Western point of view, you have to judge it from the moment that you decide to look at it and judge it to be the observer. The particle falls in this state. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to decide what state it is in when you're doing the particle in the whale, what state it is in. The moment that you look at it and become the observer, you are automatically judging it at this point and at this view. That is not objective.
No, so the cat. Wait. So the cat is both dead and alive.
Stop. So the African view would be, I don't have to separate myself from the particle. All right, we're about to close it out. Sorry, we're about to close it out. I don't have to separate myself from the particle. I could judge and view myself and become one with the particle and understand it at both of its quantities and both at the level. It's a different way of observing it.
So the cat is both dead and alive.
Not at all.
Exactly.
Like I said, when you're looking at things, things can be from the Western point of view. It's either or. You have to be true or false. But that's not assuming. That's not African logic. Two things can be separate at the same time. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. Thanks, y'all.
The HOK is the toughest environment, and or at your own risk is the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Yeah, stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. Yeah. No handouts here. You have to earn your respect. And when you do, you make they ass regret. They call it the toughest, and the title is earned from the bridges we crossed and the lessons we learned. In a cool-blooded kingdom, a concrete cage. Muslim, Christian, Israelites step on the stage. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. In a cool-blooded kingdom, sa.neter created. HOK, where you can't fake it. The HOK is where you fight back. No room for error, no window attack. It's a masterclass, how you handle the heat. Where the pedigree is written on the concrete streets. Toughest environment, yeah, we know the score. Locked in on debate and asking for more. The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk, it's the toughest environment.